God damn. You ain't had no sound playing or nothing? Loyal.
What?
Why you ain't had no you just been sitting here with 7 minutes of no sound?
There was no sound for real?
Yeah, nigga, I just not hearing you.
My bad.
God damn, you slow.
I'm slow.
Sheesh. Some
Nah,
people
man,
about
I had to reboot my computer and shit.
you guys stream yard on your damn phone, nigga.
Oh no.
You gotta learn how to use both devices. What the hell? I think K Dub supposed to be coming up too, I think.
Let me.
Salutes to the people in the chat. Yeah, everybody was kung fu fighting. Oh, those cats was fast as lightning.
Go, please hold on, man.
What you said?
Got technical difficulties.
Yeah, get it together. Salutes to the chat. Rafe and Don Treese, I see you out there. Rafe said peace, love. Salutes to the chat. Early
I
support.
already saw that.
Huh?
I already saw that.
Yeah, but you was on mute for 7 minutes. How he know you saw it? Lord. Hello, Clayco Air. I see you out there in the chat. Well, it's a little late for the music at this point. You might as well turn that shit down. Shit, let's get it cracking. Let's get it bracking. What's happening? Lil is having technical difficulties on his side. Everybody, not sure if you can hear me out there. Please press 1 in the chat and say behind the one, yes, I can hear you. Thank you. But yeah, I'm here. I don't know what this man got going on. We here, bitch. Yeah, we been here. I don't know what Loyal had going on for 7, 8 minutes straight of nothing. Nigga had it on straight quiet time. What the hell? What the hell? What the shit? Machiavelli? All right. Well, I guess I'm the only one up here right now. So make sure y'all share the live, tag your friends, let them know where the fuck we at. Pull on up. Everybody is welcome to hit the link, even though I don't think he got the link pinned. So if you got the Discord, the link is on the Discord. I could post the link in the chat. Hold on, give me a second, y'all.
The hell, man.
You need to get your shit together, boy.
It's not me, man. It's damn fucking YouTube. Not YouTube, but StreamYard.
I'm over here like, cause what the hell?
No.
All right, let me see. What account am I under? Y'all know I got a whole bunch of different pages.
I'm
Hold on.
I'm gonna go and post the link in the chat, all right?
Yeah, pin the link. Don't just post it. Pin the link. I just was about to post it, but you know. Anywho, so I'm here, everybody. So we're gonna talk about a few different topics today, people. The Carmelo Anthony thing. Have you guys seen that Carmelo Anthony is now out on bail? Yes, they have lessened and lowered his bail from $1 million to a couple thousand, and you only got to pay on the 10 on the 10 on the 10. Okay, so he is out and free on house arrest at the moment. How do you guys feel about that out there? What?
You on that house arrest.
Yeah, he on house arrest. How do you guys
Yeah.
feel about that out there, people? It's big in the news right now. Another thing we're gonna go over is what the hell is Little Boosie releasing verses for the song "What the Hell"? by Rob 49, and the first line in his verse is, "What the hell? I just found out." No, he said, "What the hell? My homeboy just told me he fucked his celly." What the hell? So we gonna go over that. We're also
Oh,
gonna
that shit.
cover what you said.
I saw that shit with Boosie talking about who posted that?
I think I posted that.
You posted that? Okay.
Yeah, Abusi saying his homeboy just fucked his celly.
What the? That's what that
What
meant.
the? Yeah, his cellmate. He fucked his cellmate.
It's crazy.
He said, "What the hell?" Okay, so yeah, Boosie been saying that. Yeah. Well, no, Boosie was saying that he walked in in the shower in jail and caught two niggas having sex, but he ain't said that his homeboy was having sex with his cellmate. Cause this time he said it's his homeboy. He ain't say the first time he ain't say it was his homeboy. He said he randomly walked in the prison showers and caught two men having sex. Now all of a sudden it's his homeboy having sex with his cellmate. What the hell? Toast and jelly? Okay. Hello, K Dubs world out there. Make sure y'all hit that link, because if y'all got a little spare time up in y'all, hit that link, hit that link, hit that link, because we need everybody's opinion. By the way, folks,
God
wonderful people, loyal. If you interrupt me one more motherfucking time, as if you wasn't on mute for 7 damn minutes. Anywho, by the way, folks. We're also going to cover. Did you guys see the fake NASA release? He said, "I was sent my homeboy to get you." Yeah, he did say that before. Yeah, he said that before. Did you guys see the fake NASA release video with Gail King and Katy Perry and the other ladies that accompanied them?
Yeah,
We
all them trans.
we will be covering that. Also, in the news. We have China versus America. Tariff war. Yes, 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 yes. People, we all know we heard about it. We talked about it yesterday. But did you see that China has lessened their visa for American citizens to come over and travel for 280 hours of shopping with cash back and rebates on anything that they buy? Also, they decriminalize any and every fake
Drug.
boosting it's like fake material making person. So if they're making fake Gucci, fake Louis Vuitton, they will no longer be prosecuted for it out in China. They're allowed to sell it, and they're also given Americans only cash back for coming to China to purchase whatever goods that you need to purchase. Ain't that something? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? They say can't stop now, won't stop now, we
So
true soldiers.
they paying people to come to China.
Sha-na-na-na-na.
China paying people to come out there and buy that cheap ass shit.
And I'm gonna go. Shit, I don't know what you talking about. Ain't like America producing shit.
Yeah, make a video about it so we can see it.
I will. Shit, yeah, it'll be right here on your platform.
All
I'll be
right.
like, what the hell? Shit,
I
we
want to
shopping
see it.
out in China daily?
I want to see you go over there and arrest your ass.
What are they gonna arrest me for?
They're gonna get you. You think the motherfuckers gonna let you in there just to come shopping for 24 hours?
No, it's
It's
not 24 hours. They rearranged their visa for 280 hours worth of spending, so you can come to China and shop for over 280 hours on the visa.
That's a setup.
I don't give a
Nigga,
fuck what it is. As
look,
long as
you
it's
can
on paper, it's on
71
paper.
come there on special appearance and shit.
That's what it used to be, loyal. They
No, that's
changed the
not me.
rules. They
Skepticism.
changed the rules. So I'm rolling with the changes. Bitch, was anything in America set up when we changed the rules? No. So that's just, hey, I'm rolling with the punches. Mm-mm-mm.
That's not hating. That's skepticism. I'm skeptical about these motherfuckers letting us into their country to come buy their trinkets. They trying
Why
to get
wouldn't
back.
they let you come buy their trinkets? They're all even if you came there as a tourist. What's the difference?
Yeah, but they give you 280 hours. What the fuck? You got
On a
280.
visa, on a visa, because you know there's limitation when it comes to visas when you go to different countries on how long you can stay.
Really?
Yes, you didn't know that?
Now, look, so they just now decide to open up now to other countries now that we put tariffs on their bitch ass.
No,
If you
it's for Americans.
Oh, so now they want to let freedom ring. No, man.
Yeah, freedom been ringing over. No, 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 no. Freedom has been ringing over there, but you got to remember, America has policies too for when you come back to America, when you have to go through customs. You do know that, right?
We ain't never stopped them cocksuckers from coming over here.
No,
Now
no,
we
no.
got
You not listen. You not listen to what I'm saying. Nobody
okay.
said anything about stopping anybody from going back or forth. You could travel to China today if you want to. There's no regulation saying that you can't. What I'm saying, if you're going to buy for all of the business owners and stuff like that, they have now released a new visa, just like Trump has released his new visas. Everybody's releasing new visas. So what's the point? It's
Nah,
everybody's doing it.
Trump visa is America though.
That I understand that, and China has their own visa too. So what's the difference?
The difference is China is not a desired location for people to
Oh,
go.
Lord, go sit down somewhere. Shit, hell, y'all eat Chinese food all the time. Y'all in the compound chicken and it all. Sit your ass
Chinese food
there.
great, tell you too. Shit.
Okay, and then they should have put arsenic in the rice. That's what they
Yeah.
should have did.
Whatever they put in it, them motherfuckers ain't gonna charge me no 280 hours to get it. I know
No,
that.
no, that's only for that one visa, my
Thank you.
guy.
Thank you, Aunt. I appreciate you.
That's only for that one visa. I don't give a fuck what Ant got to say. Shit, hell, Ant better go ask one of them Chinese people he worked with.
Stop
What's the
hating on Aunt.
difference?
Stop hating on
Ant
Aunt.
work, Ant work with them damn Chinese people. He ain't got no room to talk.
Aunt don't work with Chinese. There you go, you race.
Ant do work with Chinese people.
Them people's Japanese. Like, look,
They Japanese, Chinese, Laos, and everything else up in that motherfucker.
they're Japanese. All right.
No, they all different Asian descent. The full.
Nah. I don't know.
Anywho,
I don't know.
anywho. So we're not gonna just cater to the skepticism in people. We're
Go
gonna
ahead.
keep it real with the Kardashians, okay? And speaking of Kardashians, how did you guys feel about Kris Jenner and Khloe Kardashian being the only ones attending the space launch today?
Didn't care at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't care at all. So yeah. Hope they having fun with that.
hmm And did you see any of the comments from the space takeoff shit today where most of the American people thought it was BS or bullshit or CGI or computer animated?
Hmm.
Isn't that crazy?
Well,
It
that was
wasn't.
because of the lunch that they
Yep.
did.
And what type of launch do they go up for 5 minutes and come right back?
Yeah, that was just a little glider.
I know you motherfucking lying. First of all, how they showed them getting into a capsule, but then when we watched the launch, it's a rocket ship, but then they came back in the capsule again. So where was the rocket?
The rocket, the niggas launched in a capsule and
Yeah, when you see them get in it, it was a capsule. So when they
well,
got in, it was a capsule. But then from the when the like when the news show it from their angle, it's from like a building setting. So when they're showing it, they're showing you a rocket about to take off, and I'm like, wasn't they just getting to a capsule? I'm confused.
man, that shit was fake. They've been
Yeah,
faking it for years.
I know it's fake.
They're trying to get women involved into NASA now. So they need more women to participate, the women celebrities.
Well, if you know, most NASA facilities have been shut down, and SpaceX has took over a lot of those facilities. And SpaceX is so we're born to be an American, so it's going to be them doing it next. It is NASA's not going to be a thing after a couple of years from now.
You're right. I don't think NASA's gonna be doing anything other than celebrity picks and celebrity
Yep,
shuttle flights.
photo
Because
ops.
NASA got cut too. They were a big proponent of the DEI thing
Yeah, now SpaceX is getting that check, which is the same bullshit that's going to be going on. Ain't nothing about to change.
because we're looking for people that are innovative. SpaceX got these these rockets landing after they take off and release the shuttle. So at least they doing something better than what NASA's doing.
They
We
doing
got
the same shit NASA doing, my guy.
They not doing the same shit. NASA's rock.
SpaceX talking about they protecting the world from galactic alien battles and shit like that. Ain't nothing going on. These people need to cut it
Well,
out.
in the three-dimensional terms, I'm not just playing. No, look, man. I know what they doing is bullshit, but the thing is that they're more innovative than NASA. NASA's a
But you got to
rocket.
remember, back when NASA came around, they were so innovative. That's the same conversation, older people were saying about NASA back in the day. It's just a new version of NASA. It's just a remake, a makeover.
Yeah, but they got
That's it.
technology. Supposedly, I'm doing air quotes right now. Y'all can't see it. Supposedly, they got
Air
technology.
quotes.
You don't lose their booster rocket.
I don't give a
It
fuck about a booster or a rooster rocket. You get me? Both of them are fake.
they fake, but NASA can't pull it off. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
both of them are causing pollution into our beautiful oceans in this world. Can you
no,
imagine that?
that's what NASA does. NASA's rockets fall in
They
the ocean.
they both do.
Nah,
You didn't hear about a lot of the SpaceX satellites and shit falling into the oceans?
that's two different things. We're talking about rockets right now.
No, I'm saying, and I'm talking about SpaceX as a whole and NASA as a whole.
SpaceX as a whole is more innovative than NASA.
Well, go
Even
ahead.
though
Believe in SpaceX, then, brother. I don't
it's
believe in
like,
none of it.
but I see where you're coming from.
I don't
Yes,
believe in none of it. That's just basically like them saying you got a Section 8 property that just was torn apart, and you came in and put in damn laminate countertops and shit and calling it innovative. Hell no, it's still a fucking Section 8 property.
laminate countertops. The laminate countertops that they put on there was a booster rocket that can land itself. So
I don't believe that shit neither. I feel like all that shit is CGI.
yeah, like K-Dub said, that shit was fake.
Yep.
That shit was fake. Is that how they
Hey,
see
Dub,
it?
hit the link. Answer number shot. You probably ain't got your headphones with the mic on it, so you might as well just stay where you at if you can't hit the link. But make sure y'all share the live. We here. Loyal just running a bit late, but it is what it is.
I was
The
trying to
fuck.
get my system running right. It's still lagging though, man. But it's doing fine. It's a little delayed. So if I talk over you, it's not because I'm trying to, cut you off. It's because we're at a little delay.
No, you good. I ain't
But
worried about it.
since we're talking about this, the government and shit, what about Trump and the Venezuelan president?
Uh,
And
what about what about the
Trump,
Venezuelan president not willing to release that one man that they accidentally deported on accident?
oh yeah, so they voted that guy has to stay. He's done.
He pretty much done for.
Yeah, that
Trump said he
guy's
tried all he could to get the man to come back, but oopsie daisy.
nah. That guy was, I believe that guy was really a gang member. He kind of like
No,
melted
Trump. Go
his.
read about it. Go read about it. Trump
I read
literally
about
said
it.
that.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying,
Trump
what I
said that it was. Trump said it was a mistake that he even got deported, and he wasn't supposed. He wasn't one of the people that was supposed to be deported, and he tried all he could in his power to get the man. Get them to release the man back, but they refused to release the man back.
yeah, but they can't get him back if he don't want to come back. That's the thing. They don't
No,
want him to
he
come
he
back.
do want to come back. He can't come back. They sent that nigga to Guantanamo Bay. They said it's high security over there, and they don't release prisoners from there.
They didn't send him to Guantanamo Bay. They sent him to another prison.
Whatever prison, you know what prison I'm talking about. Shit, one of
Sent
them.
him to you are a gang member prison. That's what he
Yeah,
locked up
but
for.
it was
So
a mix-up. It wasn't really him. That's all I'm
they all
saying.
gang members. No matter how many people jobs they got, they gang members.
You gang bang, you gang banging. That's all.
Yeah, but Trump won his little lawsuit.
Tell the people about it.
Well, the Supreme Court voted and said that they can continue deportation.
Now, what about the lawsuit that was proven for the what was that the group of five black men that Trump had to rape that lady? Da 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 da. They got approved through a federal judge to proceed with those cases. Did they speak on that?
What? So what group of black men? What are you talking about?
What were they called? The something five, from back in the day in New York. Remember? And then they were supposed to have raped some white woman. Then the white woman came out 80,000 years later and said that she lied. That group of black men.
I don't. I think I know what you're talking about. And
I forget what's the little name that they gave the group.
so you're saying that they had some type of judgment in there against something?
Yeah, I don't know if I believe it's a lawsuit against Donald Trump for defamation of character from way back in the day or whatever. A federal judge had just recently approved the lawsuit to be able to go through, so they can carry through with the lawsuit or whatever the case may be. But I don't know where they're gonna go from there.
Nah, man, they ain't gonna get nothing out of that. I mean,
Um,
he didn't lock him up. So they're saying that he defamed him or some shit like that. That's why they gonna try to come back at him.
yeah, but I think it's a lawsuit, not criminal charges.
They can try. Anybody can try. But this
Hey, Doug
Supreme
says she
Court,
in the tub. She coming.
they were talking about yeah. They were talking about the illegals need their time in court. So they're not
What court they
they're
gonna go to?
they're not going to be going to any court. They're going to continue the deportation.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get them up out of here. But look, this is exactly what I was talking about when all of this stuff started. When I was
Have
saying
you
that
noticed we still haven't seen any Chinese deported?
because they don't get put in the media, they go straight to prison.
Of course not. I
They
wonder
don't get
why.
because they. I heard that the reason why they don't do the stuff with the Chinese is because we are at odds. We're at odds with them. And most of the Chinese that they're catching, they're suspecting them of other stuff besides, you know, being illegal.
You would think it's newsworthy, right?
Espionage shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Some
Mm-hmm.
low seven shit. So they're not gonna publicize that. That's stuff that's gonna have to be clandestine, like behind the scenes type stuff. So if they are gonna do anything with China, it's gonna be
Chinese people saying they are.
what's up?
I said I don't think that they're capturing as many Chinese people as they say they are. Because again, most Chinese restaurants, Chinese massage parlors, and shit like that are illegal immigrants, and all of them, at least around where I live at, is still up, open, and running. Nail shops, all that.
Yeah, but those aren't illegals. Those are citizens.
No, 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 buddy. Those people are illegal.
Some people ain't illegal, man.
Yes, they is.
There has been many illegals that have been caught, uh, with these grow houses and stuff not too long ago. I
Yeah,
frequent a
see,
channel.
we talking about grow houses and shit. I'm talking about illegals just in general.
Yeah, man, but because these people are working here and living here, but they're also doing, the illegal shit.
Ain't nobody worry about that.
What are you talking about, man? That's important shit, man.
Nobody worry about no Chinese grow house.
I bet the people that's selling this, I bet
No, they
them.
not. They probably getting their shit from the Chinese people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They care. That's they plug.
I'm saying nobody care that would make them a target. It's because they have a grow house. Most of these people are taking up business spaces and businesses with no citizenship. That's more important than the bitch with a grow house. At least for the American people, I would think.
But this stuff with China is mostly financial. We're not trying to deport them because I don't think there's many Chinese that's coming over here illegally. But
That's a lie.
you never know. I
You
haven't
might want to
seen.
check the rate of how many come through the northern border.
Well, the northern border, their immigration process is way better than Mexico's. So You got to expect it to be a little bit more easier for them to roll shit in. And anyway, I mean, we need these people over here anyway. I like the fact that these
No,
people
we
come
don't.
to make a better life for
No, we
themselves.
don't. There's too many Americans that established businesses where these people are sitting there.
That last part broke up. What'd you say?
There's too many Americans that can establish businesses where these people are sitting at.
Yeah, but they're establishing businesses that's only going to freaking fund and finance them and their family. These people are coming over here and they're opening up businesses that employed hundreds, if not thousands, of people. So,
Immigrants.
and Americans too. Shit.
What Chinese restaurant you walked in, you seen an American working there?
A Chinese restaurant, man, that's a family business. That's an American family business. They
No,
just
that's
like,
not. They're, half of them are immigrants, brother.
yes, but that doesn't mean they're illegal though.
Yeah, illegal immigrants.
That doesn't mean they illegal. They got
Mm.
paper.
Them niggas ain't got no paper.
Yes, they
They've been
do.
using the same ID card for about 10,000 family members.
You can't open up a business without proper paperwork. You got to
They
follow.
go through a registered agent, my guy.
Come on, don't start that McGuire shit because that's a bullshit.
I'm just saying.
What's a registered agent do?
A person that represents you within that county or within that district.
That means that somebody in the government vouched for them, right?
Yeah, but they're still immigrants, illegal. The people that actually own the establishment.
They not illegal, man.
Yes, they is.
How you know they illegal? But they work here. They got a
Nigga,
business.
the damn Spanish people that they were deporting work here too, right?
They did, and them niggas was living in a hotel. They was living wherever they
That's a
could.
lie. That's a lie.
Was not working. Why you think
That's a
everybody?
lie.
Because they were getting all that money from the state and shit.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie. The niggas had EBT cards. They didn't have to
You don't think
work.
these Chinese people got EBT cards?
No, not if they running a
That's a
business.
lie.
How you know? Show me one then.
Go look it up. You can easily Google it.
Making a claim, but you ain't trying to show no proof. So I ain't. You
How I'm gonna
can't.
show you the proof? Google it. You want me to share my screen or something?
You can share your screen.
All right. Hell, shit. You got me
People,
started.
people are citizens. That's how they get a job.
Them
I
people
mean,
are not citizens.
you can't be an illegal and open up a business.
They're using nigga. There's illegal immigrant Spanish people that had businesses too.
Well, show the shit. Man.
Go look it up.
I ain't never seen no Spanish motherfucker. You might be selling oranges on the corner.
Uh-uh.
That
They
might
had
be it.
landscaping businesses and shit like that.
Oh, so you got eaten, bought him a lawnmower, now you cutting grass? That's not a registered
Mm-hmm.
business. That's why they get caught. These motherfuckers try to run legitimate business illegally.
Right.
You
That's what I'm saying about the Chinese people too.
got to go through the state.
That's what I'm saying about the Chinese people too.
The Chinese people, the ones that run these restaurants, they have to be citizens. They have to have all their documentation in order to, for one, have a food license, have a license to serve food, right? And all of that shit has to be.
Go look up how many massage parlors in the state of Florida got shut down because none of them had licensing and half of the people that owned them were illegal.
Them was juke joints.
See, you always gonna come up with a remix of the truth. That's all.
Them was juke joints.
Juke joint your ass up out of here. Hey Valley. What up, what up, what up?
Salutes, Valley. Salutes. Hey, 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 hey. Check it out. These people are legitimate. Now
No, they're not.
let's talk about them tariffs.
No, they're not.
Them tariffs ain't is them tariffs still affecting y'all? Huh? If them tariffs are still affecting you, you live in another country. I'm guaranteeing it ain't affecting the average American.
Most Americans ain't average.
Huh?
Most Americans ain't average.
Shit.
There you go.
Everyday Joe. That's how this
They
works.
ain't got too many of them no more.
There's a bunch of them.
Mm-mm.
The cats and ducks. What's up with that? cat and duck.
Talking about that's what your Chinese people serving.
Them people ain't serving that, man. Come on now.
Let them know, Valley.
Them
Cat
Haitians,
dog? You want cat dog?
them Haitians out there in Florida eating them cats and ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Got them on video. You ain't catch no Chinese and from these
Yes, they
restaurants.
have. Plenty of videos of Chinese people catching cats and ducks.
Yeah, because now the Chinese are giving the plug to us to avoid tariffs. What kind of plug they giving to us there, Valley? They hooking us up with the MSG.
MSG coming live from the VIP.
They got the plug on that powder, that monosodium glutamate.
Mm-hmm.
Man, look, them people over here, they serving some good food. That's some good chicken fried rice they sold us, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, Lord, go sit your chicken fried rice head ass down somewhere.
Chicken fried rice with some fried shrimp. Just because y'all ass over there eating rabbit food, man, trying to be on a diet and shit, ain't nothing wrong with
Looking
eating
good. Looking
good.
good.
You ain't looking good. Looking emancipated. That's what you're looking.
You looking obese.
That shit. I'm looking healthy. They
That's a
eat cat
lie.
dogs. Donald Trump. What the hell is? Why does Donald Trump name? So Donald Trump was repeating what was already said in the local media. You guys don't realize that he
Now
only.
Donald Trump know what it is. That's what it is.
So
Why
look,
you
Valley.
think he only eat McDonald's, Wendy's, and all that mess? If he repeating what he saw in the local media, then he probably wouldn't be eating that type of stuff neither. Because beyond the meat and all that extra shit was demoting all that type of stuff.
Nah, McDonald's have real meat. They just don't cook it all the way.
I didn't say they didn't.
Hmm. So it's not the fact that Donald Trump said it. It's the fact that where he got it from. He
Y'all
got
notice he tried to remix it as not the fact that he said it. Man, boy, shut up.
man. Donald Trump was repeating what the media in Florida was talking about,
Boy, bye. Boy, bye.
and they are eating them. Shit,
Boy, bye.
shame in their game. Y'all can sit up here and say that they eating the Chinese is making cats and dogs and they Chinese food, but y'all can't face the
She
fact
said cats and ducks.
cats and duck. Okay,
You didn't see pecan duck on the menu?
pecan duck.
Pecan duck.
What that mean?
That's one of the things on the Chinese food menu, my guy.
Okay.
God damn, you must not eat at the good Chinese restaurants.
Look, they say leather comes from Africa and China making the luxury goods. China ain't making nothing luxury over there.
Leathery
China, matter
good.
of fact, is the first country that sold pleather. Okay, they are
What's
the
wrong with that?
huh?
What's wrong with pleather?
Nobody want no damn pleather. We want real leather, man. That's why we got the cows and shit,
So why
man.
they not selling it in America?
China is the one that sold it. That's why we put tariffs on their ass. That cheap ass.
See, look, they ain't never got an answer to the truth.
What's
See?
what's the truth?
They're not making it in America because the price would be so high you wouldn't be able to afford a piece of leather.
Uh, all the shit that's made with leather is coming from America. All the stuff that's coming from
You might want to reread what she just said, Liz.
what?
They're saying leather comes from Africa and China is making the luxury goods. They didn't say America.
So where Africa get leather from? They ain't got no cows.
Yes, they do got cows out there.
They getting their butt blown.
Lord. See, the truth
No,
hurt. Truth hurt.
know what?
No
Truth.
law.
The
Fuck
truth
is you
is
talking about? Who?
reality. Y'all the ones don't realize. Y'all don't realize, man. Y'all living in a fantasy. These people are not telling y'all the truth. Y'all need to pay attention.
Who is these people? We going off of the same media you going off of. So is Donald Trump not telling us the truth?
I'm not going off the media.
I just said Donald Trump, my guy.
Donald Trump, what?
That's where we're getting our media information from.
Okay.
So is he not telling us the truth?
Working out for you. How's it been working out for you?
I'm asking you a question. Is he not telling us the truth?
I'm telling you the truth. It
Not
ain't working.
you telling. I said, is he not telling us the truth?
What Donald Trump is saying, then you're listening to propaganda.
Okay, then keep it at that.
It says Africa is supplying the crocodile and other animal hides. That's what Africa was saying. Look, Africa ain't supplying nothing. They barely got animals over there. They got
That's a
to
lie.
protect all their animals in nature reserves because they poaching them every
You
day.
do know most of our zoos and safaris here in America are imported animals, correct?
They're not importing animals.
Oh
Most of
my
that,
god. Oh my god.
okay, you're right. They are importing animals, but they usually get these animals from people in the United States that buy them secondhand.
Through import.
All right, so through black market import, not through free
Import. Regardless, no matter what type of import you make it, they're still coming from other places, including Africa.
market. It ain't come. We ain't paying no Africa for no lion and tiger. These is black market animals.
Yeah,
These
where do you think the black market getting them from, my guy?
they stealing them.
Oh Lord. No matter how you remix the words, it's still coming from the same place the girl listed.
For a tariff to affect China, I mean to affect
Boy, we
Africa.
not worried about no motherfucking tariffs. We not worried about no tariffs. We gonna have to pay the buck anyways.
Listen, we would have to be buying the lions and the tigers straight from Africa, but we ain't buying them from there. And
It
then
don't matter who you buying them from, you still buying them. You're not breeding them and growing them here.
confiscate them because it's against the law to have these animals in America.
Of course. Of
Yeah,
course. I bet. I
if
bet.
you bought them on the black market, they had a loss, but not the zoos.
They ain't mind them at no damn black market. Boy, go sit down.
Tariffs are not affecting anything that involves American made. If you want your shit to be cheaper,
Nobody said that.
buy it here in America. China
Nope.
over there,
We just gonna travel and go get it. That's all.
they're over there making them bootleg ass plastic bags that nobody wants after they find out they fake.
We gonna travel and go get it, loyal. That's
And
all.
look, China can't even be fucking sued by the companies that's making this shit.
That's
But
good.
that's gonna stop because guess what? We're not gonna be buying that stuff no more. With regulations coming,
Who's not
they're
gonna be
not.
buying that stuff no more? We still buying that stuff. We don't give a fuck
It's
about what America talking about.
tariff. You're gonna have to pay more.
No, no, we're just not gonna purchase it in America. We'll just go straight to the source.
What's the source?
So if it's made in China, then China would be the source. If it's made in Africa, Africa would be the source. If it's made in Brazil, Brazil would be the source.
You got a 280-hour visa, huh? To go get it, huh?
Yes, sir. If you
You
need
gonna
something, let me know. I'll bring it back. Your shit.
you gonna be the only one over there buying them bootleg ass
I
goods.
sure will. And guess who's gonna be coming back to America and selling it and making top dollar?
Oh, you gonna be a broker of China?
You already know.
Be a China broker. They all made in China. Everything made in China.
This is business, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
I was gonna get the country voice, but that's for K Dub. That's the country voice is for K Dub. But for you, I'm gonna say you a valley girl, so you're like, everything is made. Who gives a damn? China make bootleg goods. All right, they stealing from y'all.
Let them know, Valley. People go to India and China to buy weaves too. The fuck is you talking about? Let
Buying
them.
them
Let them.
furs with them foreign ticks in them. That's why y'all come back.
Nobody worried about all that. Nobody worried about all that.
That's why all girls that wear weave is crazy as hell because they got them foreign ticks in right here.
Now you just making an assumption.
Y'all participating in biological warfare on your own
Oh
people.
well. Oh well. The fuck? The toupee Trump got on his motherfucking head is made in China. What is you talking about?
The toupee. Ain't nobody got no
Yeah, that
toupee.
wig that he got on the top of his head is made in China.
Yeah, you look, you gonna go over there to China and buy them bootleg ass goods, and you gonna come back looking like that picture on your screen right now of
Oh
Mickey
well. I guess we do. I
with all
guess
that
just
shit
so.
all
I
over your face.
guess we just will. I guess we just will.
Look all that shit on your face. That's how you gonna look when you
Yep. I
like
guess we just will.
confiscate all your bootleg
Where
ass
there's
gear.
a will, there's a way. Land of the free.
How are you gonna get there? How are you gonna get to China?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Land of the free.
I'm just asking. How you gonna
How
get there?
else? Nigga, the same way Trump get there on the fucking plane.
No, see, China ain't set up no damn plane to come and drop off nobody over in their country.
Nobody said they were setting up a plane to drop off no damn goods. We would go there and purchase
Oh,
it, pack it in your suitcase, and come back.
oh, you know what? I misinterpreted what you were saying. I thought you was talking about me, but you was talking about Trump. Yeah, that blonde wig that he got, yeah, that did come from China. That's why that motherfucker look like that. Look all fuzzy and frizzy and shit.
Yeah, he gonna need a new one soon too. So his ass gonna be going over there. Chief 18 motherfucking Wills, oh Lamb, where the fuck you done been at? Long time no see. Yeah.
Salutes. Chief 18 will say he don't hang out with the riffraff.
Yeah, yeah, I wish he would say that. And I'll be quick to say fuck you, Zolan.
With
But
the Americans.
anywho, so will China be paying their sweatshop workers less money due to the tariffs? No, they're going to keep the same pay rate, but due to the tariffs, we would be paying an increase in price for the price of goods coming from China. That's the
You
difference.
go over there, them people, half of them to commit suicide. Look, that's another story.
Shit, half of the people in America commit suicide all the time. Come on now, that's not.
I'm talking about because of this shit that's happening with these tariffs. These people ain't making no
Yeah,
money.
but people in America commit suicide all the time too due to financial reasons.
Yeah, okay, agreeable. Look, my
Nice
wife,
try. We not about to do that. See, what we not about to do is make it seem like it's just
what
China going
I'm
through
saying
something.
is that them people ain't making no money, and with them tariffs, they're gonna be making even less. So you think
Nobody
they
gives a fuck what less they making, my guy.
you think they living in the caves in the summertime? Nah, they're gonna be living in them bitches full time. Watch.
He told me he been all over. You been all over everywhere but over here. The fuck? Second plane.
Oh, Chief 18 will.
Hell yeah. He about to
Keep
get
dropping.
demoted. You about to get demoted out of my favorite people's list. Chief
Look,
18 Wheels.
hit that like button.
Yeah, hit
Hit
that
your
like button and share the damn stream, motherfucker.
Nah, you ain't gotta share the team, Chief.
What the
Don't
fuck
listen to
did I just say, Loyal? Shut your ass up. Share the stream. That's how you gonna get your
me.
subs up.
Talking about, man, because right now what we doing is we talking about these motherfucking tariffs. And unless you
Anywho,
going
pause for a second. Pause.
person,
Pause. Pause. Share the stream because Loyal is trying to get his subscriptions up. And it'll never happen if it's just the same people that's always going to come to the chat. So share the motherfucking stream. Don't listen to what the fuck he's saying. He don't know what the fuck he doing. Anyways,
hey,
like, share, and subscribe, and back to the damn show. Anyways, what you said about the tears?
it'll happen.
Boy,
I don't
anyways, back to the tears. I was reading in China they kidnap people to go into these calling scamming camps where they are forced to scam people online. Girl, that's everywhere in the world. We do that here in America too.
no, we don't.
Yes, the fuck we do. You do, so people not scamming in America?
Because you didn't travel a little bit.
Is
Now you
people is people not scamming here in America? Is my question.
say what?
Is people not scamming here in America?
Yep. Good old
Okay,
fashioned, right in your
just
face.
making sure. I don't give a
We
fuck
do
how
it
they doing it. They doing it.
right up in your face. Okay?
So Valley,
Let
don't worry. Have no fear. Scamming is always somewhere near. People scamming all over
America
the place.
has always been the country where things can be scammed.
Oh Lord.
All these
Next,
other
somebody else
oh,
write in the comments. Somebody else.
go ahead.
Well, we'll work your nerve up. Cha.
Look,
Cha. Have no
whatever.
fear. Scamming is always somewhere near, y'all.
Yes, always been good to scam over here in America because we got laws that protect the people that's getting scammed. We ain't got no laws over
Cowboy,
there.
there's plenty of people that's getting scammed. Ain't no law protecting them.
Hey, but Valley, you right. Them people over there desperate.
We
They
can talk
desperate.
about it if you need us to. We just grazed right over it. But yeah, we could talk about it.
The space mission with the ladies, they all look like Star Trek women,
Hmm.
and all that shit. Got some Vulcans in the crowd and shit. You know what I'm saying? But they that shit was fake.
It was fake. Fake news. Fake
But
news.
now you know how they say this the astronauts got to go through a vigorous selection process. How vigorous was the selection process to get Katy Perry on the flight?
Oh, cheap 18. Well, if that's all you came here for, you might as well hit the exit right now. The fuck? Ain't no infinite wisdom and knowledge ever
Hey
coming out
man,
of them.
hey Chief, you ain't gotta worry about shit over here, man. We're gonna talk, we're gonna chop it up. Don't worry about what they talking about. That nigga just pitiful right now because some tariffs ain't doing what he said they was gonna do.
Boy, I'm not worried about no tariffs. My wallet is nice and fat. The fuck? The
And
tariff ain't stopping that. The gas prices that went up, that ain't stopped. The
you
price of
gotta
eggs has went up, that ain't stopped.
keep it good for a little while because you never know the tables might turn on that situation.
Loyal. I'm not worried about no motherfucking tariffs.
You don't need to worry about it. You
No,
and
I
your
don't. Ain't nothing in the world that I would ever need to worry
family
about.
disappearing. We're gonna get real shit here in America from now on. So it
And
was fake
and
when
that's amazing. That's amazing.
hold on. You hear what Valley wrote up on there? She said
Right.
it was they only flew as high as airplanes. So that's how far they flew, 38,000 feet.
No, they showed a clip of them actually in space, but it was CGI. All that should be CGI.
Man, I don't believe people even let that shit play on their TV. I would turn that shit off.
I turned it off real quick. I said, I know you lying. When I
See,
saw
that's
Gail King on there, I said, not they got Oprah best friend up here. Bitches is lying.
they got Oprah best friend. Uh, they got Charlie's Angels. They got all them motherfuckers up there, man. All them hoes up there looking crazy.
My thing is this. How the hell was it only just them going outer space? What if there was some type of, if this is real, what if there was some type of complications? What the fuck would all five of them be able to do to fix anything?
They would do. They would be to do one thing great: crash. They would be to do the best thing they can do: crash.
Shit.
You are gonna find a
That's a,
bunch of TVs and fake asses and wigs all over the ground.
hmm That shit was fake as hell.
All that shit fake, man. But they trying to make space, you know, popular again. But they're using the wrong people, man. They need to get some rappers and send them into outer space.
No, they don't need to send no rappers out of space neither. What they need to do is shut down the space station and just call it quits.
They need to send Kanye to outer space, man.
They gonna
Kanye
put
can
them in the same CGI fucking shuttle. That's all.
nah, Kanye come back and then they'll really make him a president. You know what I'm saying?
Chabu.
They should send Diddy to outer space. They should let him go through the Van Allen belts.
Send Trump out of space.
Trump too old to go out outer space. You gotta be 50, you gotta be below 50 years old.
He can go.
Yeah, you got and see that's the thing. How old is Katy Perry?
Too damn old to be going out of space. And Gail King older than 50, so I don't know what you talking about. She about Trump age.
She got bad blood, bad skin, and bad hair. See, she got the three bads: hair, skin, and blood. She should not have been on that flight. Matter of fact, she would have been more of a detriment than anything. All of them. Who was flying the plane, first of all?
Nobody. They didn't have nobody flying it. It literally was just them five.
They just catapulted the niggas into the sky.
Yep. And they came down in a parachute, which was even worse. I was like, what in the hell is this?
They threw them from one continent to the other one, man. That's some crazy shit. They got the launch. We should look at the launch.
Pull it on up, brother.
Yeah, let's check out the launch. Let's check out the launch.
Let's
Katie.
check out the launch.
Katy Perry. Spacewalk.
Pitiful. Shit.
Now let's see. No, not Katy. Was it Katy Perry for real?
Yeah,
She was,
Katy Perry, Gail King, and it was like three other girls.
that's crazy. All right, let me pull it up. Let's watch this shit. Fair use. We're gonna critique
Fair
it
use.
and make fun of them.
Fair use.
I'm not gonna play that damn commercial though.
What a commercial playing on the screen, brother.
I'm not gonna listen to it. Fuck it.
Three, take us space!
This is so good,
Right behind you. It's okay, do it up there. Flynn, I got you. I got you, Flynn. Oh, the moon. You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. Look. Okay. Look at the moon. Gosh. Oh my
Bahamas.
gosh. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Look how dumb they look.
That's amazing.
And what is Katy Perry doing with all these damn pictures and
I know.
knickknacks and
Katie's face says
Oh.
paddywhacks?
it all right there.
Kate's face says it all. Her face did say it all. It said that she was full of shit.
It was fake as shit.
Yeah, and why they still wearing it? What the hell's going on? I know they musty in that motherfucker, man. Let's go back and see all of that tumbling around.
Wow.
Gosh, that's good. That's amazing.
The girl in the
Wow,
back all
that's
just flopping and
good.
falling everywhere. Like, girl, if
Katie's
you don't cut
face
it
says it
out.
all right there.
One time.
Once again, why wouldn't they go outer space when they look out the window at CGI?
That's
Is
crazy.
it no difference than, there's underwater hotels, there's hotels in Dubai and stuff like that where the windows are CGI and you can program the windows to be anything you want it to be outside.
All right. You want to watch this one right here? This is a little capsule they was in, right?
Yeah.
They
Cheap
flew it
ass,
out.
fake ass shit.
Why does it have? Where are the parachutes?
The parachutes were connected at the top when it was coming down.
I know, cause that's the strap right there, right?
I think so.
No string and no parachute hooked up to it. Then let them niggas go. You know what those windows are? Have you ever seen the Oculus, the workout machine,
Mm-hmm.
where you can look at a person on the inside, and then after you're done working out with the little program, it turns back into a mirror. It can even be like a window. That's what these are. Those are the.
But that's what I just asked. I just said that. Those are CGI controlled windows. Woo! Oh my god! I thought I was gonna die up there.
Where are my babies?
So her hair is still
Let's go there, okay.
perfectly fine after folding and falling around like that.
Katie.
Woo!
She just kissed right where a dog shitted at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just the turn.
Amanda!
This is so fake. Not her crying like that.
Aisha.
Oh my gosh.
I just have to have a moment with the ground. Let me just appreciate the ground.
Ali Akbar!
Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God. It's amazing.
I'm so proud. So proud of you.
Gail got a little ass in that spacesuit.
Amazing. I'm so proud of you. Around the bushes here.
Where's the burns? The spaceship has burns on the bottom when it's come back into the atmosphere? I guess they ain't had it, huh?
Nope.
That's too bad.
They free fell back into the atmosphere with parachutes.
So this is the thing right here. Let's see what. Now listen to you, mother boy.
Liftoff. New Shepard has
Look how
cleared the
fake that
tower.
looks.
That's real. Stop saying that's fake. That's real.
That's fake as hell.
Who's videotaping? Who's got a side by side?
Fake news. Fake news.
Somebody's flying right next to
6,000 feet climbing.
All that is a tampon.
Begin throttle down for Q limiting. Engine response looks good.
Who videotaped this?
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic. Engine back up to full throttle.
Supersonic. We have passed through max Q, maximum
Chamber pressures look
dynamic
good.
pressure. That's when the vehicle, the stresses between the atmosphere
Passing
and the
47,000
speed
feet
are
and
at the
climbing.
maximum. So to punch through that is so important. You see the BE3 engines is firing beautifully. You see the stream of steam behind it. Those ladies right now are
1 minute,
having
40
an
seconds into flight.
incredible view on their way to space.
And y'all
Passing
believe
through
this?
80,000 feet, 1,300
Passing
miles per
85,000
hour. You're going to peak at about 2,300 miles an hour over Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound.
3 times the speed of sound. Bitch,
Shortly
stop
coming
lying.
We'll have MECO, main engine cutoff. We will turn off the engine, but the two craft, the capsule and the booster, will continue their ascent to
Stand by
space.
MECO. Stand by MECO.
And our
And there you saw the main engine is turned off. We're now going to separate the capsule from the booster, and at that point, Kristen, that's when all 6 astronauts are going to start to feel the weightlessness, and shortly thereafter, we're going to let them unbuckle.
Separation is confirmed.
and that right there
So
is
Kris
the
Jenner and
most
all them out
critical
there?
milestone
Come on now.
of this whole ascent.
Oprah.
Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
She tried to act all emotional, can't get a tear to come in her eye. Girl. Fake ass.
Shall
Hold on. I want to see that. Look at that shit right
our
there.
astronauts
And just in case it wasn't clear, those are the astronauts. Those are their voices that you're hearing.
What
and
astronauts
they
got
have
out the
hit
damn
apogee,
capsule?
the highest point in flight, well over 345,000 feet, well over the Kármán line.
Wow.
On 0G.
Man, get out of here with that fake
Stabilize
ass
the
shit.
rocket as it comes into land. Shortly thereafter, you will see the drag brakes that deploy that will cut the speed of the rocket in half. And then in the last moments,
And there it is. We can see it from the stage.
there comes the rocket down. It's going to relight its engine. We can also see a sonic boom. We're going to hear that shortly here.
And remember, this is something that had never been done before until just a few years ago. Truly the stuff of science
A
fiction
sonic
that we're
beam.
watching in just seconds.
Drag
There we
brakes.
go.
Wow.
This is so damn fake. So no landing pad, it's just standing back up again. Get the fuck out of
And
here.
booster touchdown. Welcome home, New Shepard.
The Lord Shepherd right
Landing,
there.
right?
Dramatic. Reverberates in this big, beautiful valley in West Texas.
Stand by drogue. Stand by drogue.
All right, shortly here, we're waiting to see the drogue parachutes deploy from the crew capsule. Those are like the guide parachutes. There go the drogue parachutes.
Just free falling right there until those drogues came out.
And then next will be the main parachutes that get pulled out.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
And all 3 parachutes reefing, and they will slowly inflate slowing the capsule to a nice, smooth 10, 15 miles an hour. They are cruising back home.
This is so fake.
And I tell you, Kristen, from having gone through all of the simulations, I have gone through all of the training.
Bitch, this
They
is
put
the
you in the
simulation
capsule
that they going
simulates all of
through.
this, including the sounds. And when you hear the motors of the parachutes pop out, that is the best moment in
Loyal,
flight.
press pause real quick.
I know Blue Origin did.
So the lady that's talking literally just said that she went through the same thing through all of the simulations, from the sounds and all, even the booming of the parachutes popping out. Bitch, they're doing the same simulation you did.
Yep.
That's all.
And that thing, there's no way that them motherfuckers, if they got that type of technology, that shit'll land by itself like that, man. Come on, we wouldn't have no planes crashing.
Thank you.
We didn't have how many helicopters crash? How many planes crash? But they can make a rocket shoot up in the sky, thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles, and land right back on the ground. No problem, no landing,
Hallelujah.
no crashing, nothing. Nobody lose their life.
Yes, sir.
Get the hell out of here. That bullshit, man. It's okay though. They can do that because you know why? They
Because
are
Katy Perry's on board.
Yeah, because Katy Perry's on board.
Because baby, you're a firework. Bitch
So
had one space song and they didn't put her out of space. What the fuck going on here?
you know what?
When you can set up.
You know what that reminds me of? The vomit comet. The inside of that plane.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of the vomit comet?
Mm-mm.
Or the little thing at the fair where you sit inside it and it spins around real fast and you sit on the walls and shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. That's what's going on. That's why
Ladies, hold the middle.
yeah, see how their hair going back? It's not really going upward. This is so, man, them motherfuckers inside a simulator, man.
The thing is this, with their hair being moved around and displaced like that, why when they got off of the thing, their hair was perfectly fine?
Hey, man. Outer space do strange things.
So what, they had a hairdresser on board too?
That's what that weird lady was. Yeah. That's what she was.
Shit is
But you know,
fakey.
you gotta give them credit, man.
I don't give
Gravity.
nobody no motherfucking credit they don't deserve.
I was hearing people say that gravity, you know, that's the thing that makes everything work. That's why their hair is so good.
Lord.
Yeah, Valley agreed with me. See, gravity.
Chabble.
So look, let's see if we can find some other evidence of their space travel. Nah, we didn't beat that enough. I don't want to look at them no more.
Space hoes. That shit was fake news.
You ever figure out what that video was watching last night? Where you got that one from? That video that we was watching last night. Remember the one with the kid in it?
I gotta go back and refind all that, boy. That was on Instagram, I think.
Oh, okay.
But you can pull out the updated news of him being let out of jail. Yes. Yeah, not the celebrity. Let out of jail, folks. Well.
What's that cat's name?
Carmelo Anthony. How could you ever forget it?
Cause.
All right.
Let's see. Let me. It's gonna be a commercial, of course. You know you can't show nothing without it being a commercial.
Yeah, you gotta get YouTube Premium for no commercials.
Nah, screw that.
Okay.
Fair use.
Or if you want a free month of YouTube Premium, you go to bestbuy.com and type in YouTube, and YouTube Premium will pop up for free. They will charge you for $1 and give you the dollar right back instantly, but you will get YouTube Premium for free. Trust with the plus. I used it before. But it only worked one time. You can't keep doing it. Let's go.
All right, this one's Carmelo Anthony. Kamala. The hell am I off? Carmelo Anthony's lawyer on judge reducing bond in Frisco track stabbing case. Let's go. Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Self-defense is a protection that applies to
Is
each
that
and
low?
every one of us.
Huh?
There are two
Is that
sides
low?
to every story. And
You said, is it
Carmelo
low?
is a 17-year-old kid.
I
in
can
high
hear it, but
school
I don't know if they can hear it. Can y'all hear it on y'all
He's
side
the
out
captain of
there?
his track team. He is the captain of his football team. And prior to this, what was on his mind was what college he was going to go to. This is a tragedy all the way around for both families. Rushing to judgment, trial by public perception and trial by media is
Yeah, they can
not
hear
how
it.
we ensure justice is done. We are confident that after a full investigation, that the truth will come out. Thank you.
Mike, you took umbrage with the state's assessment that this was simple and brutal. Why so?
Well, the fact of the matter is, like I said, there's two sides to every story, and we've only heard one side. In any criminal case, the police investigate, and the defense is always far behind that. And so it is a one-sided investigation to this point, and even that investigation is still ongoing. So to say that it happened this way or that way is just not accurate at this point. All of the facts are going to come out, and that's why our system of justice requires that we keep our minds open and we let the facts come out as they are after a full investigation. Is your client going to be able to make bond and get out today? I anticipate that he will be able to make bond. I can't speak to how quickly that will go. Funds, in the funds that have been raised are not quick to come out. And then, there's obviously a
He got out
process
instantly, my
to
boy.
release process.
How you know?
There's a video of him getting instantly out of jail.
Oh, okay.
Once bond is posted.
The big question that a lot of people have is why was this young man armed on school
I
property?
want to see.
That's an understandable question, but it's not something that, frankly, we're prepared to even go into. This is something that I know the police and the prosecution want to get it right and want to have a full and fair investigation, and so do we. So it would be irresponsible for me or them at this point to start saying this is what happened, this is why, anything. So I understand that's a big question. It's going to be a big question, and it's something that we will find out, and we ask that the public, as hard as it is, withhold judgment and let both of these families have justice, that let both of these young men, the Metcalf family and the memory of who they've lost, but also Carmelo, have a fair and full justice process.
How has he?
Your feeling on the reduction of this bond? You feel it's fair?
Yeah, I feel it's fair. Bond, as the judge said, is not supposed to be an instrument of oppression. It's not supposed to keep people in jail. It's not supposed to punish. It's supposed to ensure that a person shows up to court, complies with all conditions, and it's supposed to keep the community safe. So this is a large and substantial bond, and the judge has, I think, rightly imposed reasonable conditions that will ensure both Carmelo and the Anthony family's safety, but also the safety of the community.
What was Carmelo's reaction today? He didn't seem very talkative toward you, and how has jail, I guess, been so far for this teenager? And is he like on suicide watch or anything like that?
I honestly can't speak to Carmelo's reaction because I was so focused on the hearing and what was going on and what the judge.
You know, ask the man how was jail, man.
Right, what the hell?
These
was
motherfuckers
saying.
garbage.
You know, I think we have to all
Look how
remember
jail was.
Carmelo is a 17-year-old kid who's never been in any sort of trouble before.
It's horrible.
So you can just put yourself in his shoes. This is a scary, bewildering process, and I can't even imagine what was going through his head. Just as I'm sure I can't imagine what was going through the heads of the Metcalf family. So you know, this is something that is new to all of them and incredibly trying.
So for people who want to know, why were you selected? I mean, what is your experience? I mean, you had to be really good.
I can't speak as to why I was selected. You know, in any case, it's important to have an attorney that you connect.
Whoa. These people are something else.
That you
they're supposed to be asking about
amount of experience,
information about the case.
In the case, and I'm not speaking to anybody else. I just know.
So why was you selected? The fuck?
Just how unsafe is this family? You mentioned
crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to speak for them at this point, but I think you can imagine the press coverage on this case has been immense, and the online and public reaction has been immense. And unfortunately, as is common in our culture, especially lately, the vitriol and the public reaction one way or the other has been intense. And threats and talk of race war and all kinds of insanity isn't good for, obviously, the Anthony family. It's not good for the Metcalf family. It's not good for the peace and safety of our community. So I would ask, and I know both sides would ask, that the temperature on this be allowed to come down, that the media, you guys have a job to do, and I understand that everyone does, but at the same time, we just ask everyone in the public and everywhere to let this process play out fairly and fully for both sides. Okay, thank you guys.
What? Off my screen.
See if you can find the video of him coming out of the jail, the boy.
All right.
What the hell? Valley said he was in high school, and he was. Yes.
Yeah, he was in high school, Valley. We got it. We got it, Valley.
You sit down, dog. What the
hell? Y'all cold. Let's see.
Let's see.
All right, which one you think it is? All right, let's go to this right there.
All right.
My boy, Officer Tatum. That's
that America tells us to accept the self-defense claim of George Zimmerman, Kyle Rittenhouse, and so many other people. But when the shoe is on the other foot, that claim is absurd.
I am all for people getting fair representation. I am all for a group that wants to support Black children or Black people who are and ensure that they're getting a fair trial. I have no problem whatsoever. That's what America is all about. If you want to advocate for your people, advocate for your
fair
people.
use.
Homeboy threw the whole thing out of the window and proved to me that he was biased beyond reason. Tatum did an incredible job because for whatever reason they did it in the line in which people requested it, and I think we requested it a little bit late in comparison to other people. So they've given the case report out to almost how many people through the Freedom of Information Act, and we haven't gotten ours yet. However, there are people that are online that are showing a document that looks like a case report. There are defense attorneys, and there's others that I've watched, and I reviewed the case report from their video. So let's talk about this. And also, not only is the case report being released, and we haven't gotten ours yet. However, there are people, and so let's.
All right. Arresting officer, okay. And botted out all of this shit. 130 pounds, okay. All right. Stanley School Resource Officer E. Cortez heard over the radio, dispatch called out a stabbing called at Davis, what is it, Cantondale Stadium or something like that? All right. FPD call notes that the athlete was stabbed. The suspect was reported to being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. So that wasn't the video from that actual incident. All right. So he immediately left my office and ran across the stadium, middle school parking lot. All right. Towards the southwest entrance into the stadium. As I entered the stadium, 2 high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under the Memorial High School tent. I did not, what does it say? I did not identify these students. So they could have been established in those places. Next, I proceeded towards the north of the stadium on foot, got closer to the north end. Man, he just writing a bunch of fluff. Where does it say he stabbed him at? Or he found him? It says, once I arrived into the north side bleachers, an adult male who was on the track, pointed out the suspect. It says I was not able to identify that witnesses. So he couldn't identify the person that pointed out,
right.
Yeah, Anthony. The individual that was pointed out to me was black male wearing a gray hoodie, sweaters, dark colored Nike pants. Suspect at the point. Okay, nothing more.
Talk about this. And also, not only is the case report being released, also the family of Carmelo Anthony.
Tell you the truth, that's not a case report. That's probably a copy of the statement.
Yeah, that's a school officer report.
Yeah, it's not the case report.
I don't know if you would say hire, but they're working with a company called the Next Generation Action Committee. Let me see what exactly it is. The Next Generation Action Network. And what it appears to me is that it's a black organization that support black people who are in situations like this. Let's start from the case report. I'm going to sum it up for you real quick so you don't have to take your time to try to read the case report. When I do have it available, I may do another video or I may
coming up, but this is his interpretation of it. It's not ours.
They put the case report somewhere where you can read it yourself. But based on what I have observed from what I believe is the case report, it is still a negative uphill battle for Carmelo Anthony when it comes to self-defense. And I'm going to tell you why. It appears that they have interviewed at least one person. Obviously, they've interviewed 75 people, which they have not disclosed the interview of these 75 people, just about one on the case report that I saw. And clearly there's bias. So whoever they interviewed, if that person is deemed to be disqualified as an independent witness, they can strike down that person's testimony as not legitimate. However, the one that they do have is that Carmelo Anthony was sitting under a tent that did not belong to him. That was a part of another school's tent. Yeah, allegedly, the kids came over and said, hey, man, you're sitting under the tent. You need to leave. Immediately, according to this document, Carmelo Anthony goes in his backpack and says, touch me and see what happens. And according to this witness, they didn't think that Carmelo had a weapon in his bag. And so one of the kids, I think it was Metcalf, touched him. And he said, now punch me and see what happens. Now, I don't know if people are hurling threats at him or what is happening, but he said, punch me and see what happens. According to the witness, Metcalf pushes him out of the tent, grabs his bag or pushes him out of the tent, he turns and stabs him in
He
the
did
heart.
all that with a man with a knife in his hand.
By
Come on now.
the law, it will be almost.
Nah, he said the way he make it sound is that when he pushed him, he kind of like, you know how somebody push you and you try to swing at him on as you getting pushed out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but who pushing somebody with a knife in their hand? Because he said that he already had pulled the knife out and said, touch me first, and he said, punch me second, but he already had the knife in his hand.
Yeah, that don't make sense. And see, this is why this shit is so confusing to people, is because everybody's muddying the water and putting in their own fucking.
It's impossible for him to use self-defense, because when you're in a tent that you don't belong in, that's all, you're already charting up the wrong territory. And then you brought a knife to a track.
But where at in the paperwork
already
did it say
against the
that
law
he
to
didn't belong
do
in
in
the
the
tent?
first place. Then
He said it's already against the law to bring a knife to a track meet.
Oh, well, no shit. It is what it is.
Oh shit! Is it against the law? That's
I
not
don't know,
what.
because law's not the same everywhere. So people be basing their laws off of what state they in versus the state that the incident happened in. So who knows? You'd have to look it up.
already charting up the wrong territory. And then you brought a knife to a track meet that's already against the law to do in the first place.
I guess he's referring to the fact is, you know how they have a gun-free zone at every school?
Yeah, but that those aren't laws though.
They are laws.
No, they're not. Those are rules.
Those are statutes, which is
Those
law.
are rules. So say for instance, if we go to a soccer game and then they be like, oh, no soda bottles are allowed inside. You're not going to jail because you brought a soda bottle in.
I understand that, but these things, these have in these areas, they have signs with laws on them.
That's what I'm saying. So we would have to go look in the area that he was in to see if it was an actual law there, or was it just a rule for the track meet?
Because they have all kind of shit on here. Some of these places be having these fucking I'm gonna go back to, but I want to show you what I'm talking about. Like this little sign right here, how it has the ordinance or whatever, the statue down here at the bottom. Of course, it's not the same place. So let me show you. You see how they have the little information down at the bottom right there, where it shows you what whatever it is, the law. So I'm not saying that they had this where he got stabbed at, but he might be saying that this was the reason why it's against the law. But who knows, man? Because these guys, they just sometimes, like you said, they be making shit up. But let's go ahead and finish looking at his crap, though, man. Right.
Yeah, I thought you were still playing the video.
What'd you say?
You still playing the video?
Yeah, my bad. Shit, man, I wasn't playing it for y'all to see. Check out this part what he said.
That would be without premeditation, even if which I think can be argued away. But right now, the development of premeditation is a problem too, because when he puts his hand in his bag and he said, touch me and see what happens. All you need is a split second of planning to create premeditation. Now, if the scuffle happened and he reached in his bag and stabbed somebody, that would be without premeditation, even if he attempted to kill a guy. But when you begin to plan and plot and say, when they touch me, although I'm encouraging them to touch me, you can say that I'm not encouraging them.
Yeah, I let her up. What's up, K-Dub?
Hey.
Hey, I wanted to tell Chief 18 Wheels, we don't know if they were allowed to have that, but not at sporting events or on school property. You know, so we don't know, tell you the truth. Just like nobody else knows it either until they start investigating into Texas's laws on where they can and cannot have weapons like that.
Yeah.
The way he used it. That's why he's saying this shit about the premeditation rule. But you have anything that you want to talk about with this, K-Dub?
No, but they told you he was gonna get off. Well, not off. They told you he was gonna be released.
Oh yeah. He had to pay that bail though. I wonder if they open back up his GoFundMe.
Yeah, he out. I already told you. I saw a video of him getting out, and they escorted him into an Escalade.
Yeah, and I think that was just speculation. I don't think they shut that GoFundMe down.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
They ain't
think
shut
so.
that damn GoFundMe
No.
down.
Well, what's the name was saying that because I was bringing it. I heard he raised over $300,000. So, you know, even if he did have to pay $1 million bail, he could cover that with part of that $300,000. So
yeah.
The $1 million bail had got decreased to like 250,000.
Yeah.
And I think he raised like over 300 and some thousand. I think the bucket had went up, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know.
But see, he can still get that and still be convicted. I mean, shit, they still have
GoFundMe don't issue the money that damn quick though, so he already the family probably already had the money, but that money's
Yeah.
still on GoFundMe.
Yeah. GoFundMe. Yeah.
Valley, we don't know what type of knife it was. So, and we would have known because I thought it was like a flip knife. What most kids all have, you can buy those little goofy looking ass Swiss Army knives, or you can buy those ones that look kind of tactical, but they're still legal. They ain't nothing but 3 or 4 inches long. But if you put it in somebody's chest, yeah, they're gonna have a hard time living.
Don't touch me while saying it, don't touch me, or I tell them to touch me. Someone could argue that, but you're already plotting and planning that when somebody does this, I'm going to use this knife to kill them. And what happens?
And see, that's not a good assumption to say he was going to use it to kill him.
Yeah, no. You're going to use it to protect yourself, but any touch is an assault.
That's an assumption. He didn't need no protection if he stuck around with threats and shit. And he's coercing them to touch him. He was going to use that knife to hurt them, not kill them.
Yeah, hurt. Not kill, just back off, buddy.
Yeah. But then he could have still sliced him with some shit. That's my thing. You slice the motherfucker with a knife, he going to stop all actions towards you. Because he ain't going to want to get stabbed. But if you just come off the back stabbing him, he ain't even got a chance to retreat. So it's crazy.
The kid touched him. He did nothing. But then the kid pushed him, and then he stabbed him in the chest. Now, self-defense has to be an articulable, equal use of force. So if a person is saying, I feel like my life is in danger of...
Well, Officer Tate, man, he still works with them, but like an advisor. Shit, but he's mainly...
Officers be the worst and dumbest ones in the courtroom. That's why good thing they're not attorneys.
Right.
Because they don't be knowing what they're talking about. They just be talking out of just, this, that, third, sir. Come on now, sir.
They don't even know law. And then another thing,
some of them.
Yeah, some of them. But another thing, with him even using a knife, typically when stabbing situations go on, that's more, how would you say it, personal. Like you've had conflict with this person before, because do you know how you know what it takes to stab a person? Like that's just that. It's not like shooting a gun. Like you can shoot a gun off and not give a fuck, but stabbing is like you've been approached by this person before.
Yeah, that's a carnal crime.
Yeah.
Cause you gotta, to push that blade past them ribs, man. Come on now. That's
Now
another.
that was another thing. The location of the what's up, Chief 18 Wheels?
Chief 18
So
will want to shout out everybody but me. Okay, I see. So shout out to Lawyer, shout out to K Dub. Fuck
hell
you.
no. Zoe, you better correct yourself, brother.
It's
But
fuck that
uh-huh.
nigga.
The location, I don't think his intent was to kill. And I've heard people say that, the type of stabbing he was scared or whatever. But no, could he have aimed somewhere? What's done is done, first of all. But could he have aimed somewhere else, or did he? I don't think his intent was to kill that boy. I don't think so at all. I don't think so. But with the human body, you never know. You might strike an artery. You never know what the fuck might happen. So I don't know. I'm glad he's out, but I'm not glad that somebody had to die. But with the circumstances, the boy should have just kept his hands to himself. You can say what the fuck you want to say, but if you put your hands on somebody, that's leeway for them to do something to your ass. And unfortunately, Austin fucked around and he found out.
Oh yeah. No doubt of that. Hey, Zay, you said you should lose that. So
No, we not brothers. We ain't nothing.
Hell no.
I don't do back-handed shit. Nope. You've been around them Aboriginal niggas too
Serious
long.
bodily injury or
Not lawyers started playing the video. Hell no.
Right. So he acknowledged you. An acknowledgement is an acknowledgement, just take what you can get.
Just take it and go on about your business, brother.
Right.
Love that.
But my thing is this, not like I said yesterday, I don't really have a dog in the fight. At the end of the day, if a nigga say, touch me, do this, do that, while he reaching in his bag, bitch, you think I'm really about to go and press that nigga limits to see what he reaching for?
Hell no.
Not saying that this is gonna, help in his self-defense or any of that. I'm just saying in general, in any given moment, I'm not going at no nigga that's reaching for something. I'm sorry. You got to be smarter than that. Yeah. Or you better have something to reach for too on the back end.
And which would bring to question: was he facing him when it happened? Because usually, if you're facing somebody, you're reaching in the bag, and they see you pulling it out, they're gonna have enough time to try and get away from you. They might not get away, but they're gonna have enough.
It might have been in the midst of the, like when you push in, and then the nigga could reach and hit at the same time. So that's why they tell people don't go inside of somebody's comfort space or space. So if you're that close to push him, then he's that close to stab you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And if he stabbed you in the chest, then y'all was damn near face to face.
Yeah,
or damn near side to side. You get what I'm saying? Face to side.
Yeah, because it don't sound like
facing the opposite direction. He could have pushed Camelo from the back. And then that's when Camelo pulled the knife out, turned around and lunged and stabbed.
That too. It could have been that too.
Yeah, so we don't know because these motherfuckers act like they can't pull up no video. And in every school I ever been to, the field, the track, the bleachers, all that shit's on the video camera.
Some schools, not all schools.
And the other thing, but it was already an investigation. But shit, anything else slip out. It wasn't no kids around there recording. I know
they did chase some phones, but they didn't say if they found anything.
Oh, somebody.
People parents be like, you better delete that shit real quick. Yeah, this will be in that courtroom.
I know, right? I don't know how many times I didn't record a fight, got pulled in the office. We need to see your phone.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, come up off that.
Yeah, they know they know kids is stupid enough to videotape the shit.
Is it stupid though?
No, it's not. It's very helpful, and it's used to incriminate a bunch of y'all. So keep on doing it, stupid or
Oh
not.
my god.
That nigga dumb.
All right.
Shut up. Let's play the movie. Play the video. Y'all good?
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Death, you can use deadly force. But if someone is pushing you after asking you to leave a place and you use deadly force against them, that's
Bitch
not
can't ask me to
co-equal
leave
force.
nowhere.
And self-defense does not allow you to use any accelerated force that you want because you feel like it. Let me give you an example. A knife is the same as a deadly force weapon like a gun. So if somebody pushes me, I can't just pull a gun out and shoot them in the chest. That's unequal force. I cannot argue unequivocally to a jury that I felt like my life was in danger.
But cops do it all the time. That's the crazy part.
Mm-hmm.
Cops will pull out a gun quick, or with somebody with no weapon at all. Like, that's the part I don't understand. But then they'll sit up there and say, I can't do that, sir. And I ain't saying he did it, but I'm saying in general, cops do that every time.
That's right. And the thing is that it's not policy to do that. They have an escalation of force, and that's what people were talking about: escalation, and all that shit.
And see that's the problem within America. And that's why I said I'm not really taking no sides in these cases. But that's the problem within America. There's a poor example of how things go around these parts. Everything niggas that speak against is the same shit that the same workforce that they work for do. So it's like, oh yeah, because you can't do stuff like that. But it's like, well, if they're learning from you police officers or anybody with uniform and shit like that, not saying that that's the best example, but shit, y'all showing niggas to do it the wrong way in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta understand too. He's speaking from law enforcement standpoint, but he's also speaking from a self-defense instructor.
Felt like I would receive serious bodily injury or death. And then I also had opportunities to remove myself from the situation, which means that when I went in my bag and I said, touch me, I could have just moved away from the situation. Instead, I escalated the situation.
The boy could have just moved away from the situation too.
So this is where.
Well, just think about it like this. Let's say you at the park and you barbecuing and the motherfuckers come up and sit in one of your lawn chairs.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do?
Call the police.
Call the police? Yeah, that's what I say. Do call the police. You know what I'm saying?
Or you're gonna end up in a situation like this.
Internet tough guy is gonna say, "I'm gonna whoop his ass, make him leave."
What was that hypothetical?
I said, what if you at the park and you barbecuing and somebody just walk up and sit in one of your lawn chairs? What are you gonna do? Zay and me agree. Call the police.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the police, but
Yeah, I'd rather somebody else put a cap in your ass so I ain't gotta go to court for this shit.
in the midst of me calling the police, I'm gonna ask you what the fuck is you doing. I ain't gonna be on no immediate like, oh, I'm finna beat your ass. You good?
You
good? Okay?
Yeah. He ain't leaving. He just saying, touch me and see what happens.
Well, at that moment, I'm gonna say, oh, I'm gonna go call the police. I ain't nigga. The first rule of life is self-preservation.
Yeah. So look, they should have utilized that tactic too. But when you got tough guys, that defend themselves, they're not likely to call the cops. So they likely to put hands on. So that's why I think this kid has some kind of mental instability, man.
I don't think it's mental though. I just think it's normal teenage mindset. Kids get picked on all the time. And their parents would be like, you better defend yourself. And parents would be the main ones to supply them with the weapons or what to and how to defend themselves. Rather put them in karate class, wrestling class, this, that, and third. Any class you put them in, you can still kill somebody. They had 2-3 girls fighting in the bathroom in Delaware at one point in time, and the girl died from hitting her head on the bathroom sink. So no matter what defense you try to take, 9 times out of 10, it stems from bullying and shit like that, and they need to work on that problem.
Yeah, but look, so the girl hitting her head on the sink, right? What would
Mm-hmm.
that consider?
What's that?
Huh?
I ain't hear what you said. I was eating something.
So the girl, you motherfucker.
Shit. You know I'm crunching loud as a bitch.
Case closed. I'm done dealing with you.
Nigga, ask the
Case
motherfucking
report,
question.
Carmelo.
Nah, it was just gonna be a bullshit ass question. I was gonna
Yeah, look at you.
Mm-hmm. I knew.
You do, dog.
I knew.
Anthony is still going to have an uphill battle because he used disproportionate force. He wasn't supposed to have the knife on campus in the first place, and he was actually in the wrong by occupying space in a tent that didn't belong to him. After he had a reasonable request for him to move, he refused.
How he know
Now,
it was reasonable?
the
None of that
testimony
was
could be
written into
skewed.
that paperwork he told us about.
Nah. See, that's why that paperwork can be used as a definite thing, because that's a statement from one of the responders, first
I get
responder.
that, but I'm saying, Deputy, whatever the fuck his name is on the screen. Sorry, sir, if you ever watched this video, but come on now, you adding more to the motherfucking conversation that's needed. We don't know what type of response was had when they told the boy to move. We don't. That's all assumptions. We're just assuming that they peacefully said, "Hey, look, hey, whatever, Carmelo Anthony, can you please get up out of here?" Or whatever. We're assuming that, but we don't know how that shit came about. And verbal is also there's verbal assaults too. So anything can start anything, and that's what they keep overlooking. Not saying that you're supposed to kill somebody, but I'm saying in
Verbal
general.
assault. You can't kill a nigga for a verbal assault. I don't
Loyal,
care.
did you just miss what I just said?
What?
I just said not saying that's a reason to kill somebody, brother. I'm just saying to his talking points, the way that they're making it seem is like somebody peacefully told him to get up and leave, and somebody
Hell, you laughing
peacefully.
at,
Because you don't listen.
Yes, I'm like, nigga, I literally just said that.
Well, you over there chewing and shit. I can't
No, I
understand.
ain't chewing no more hoe. I ain't chewing no more hoe. That's why I said what I said.
Look,
Play the video trick.
Your trick ass. I got ready to play the video, and now you want to fucking get in here and scold me because I didn't hear what the fuck you said. You know,
You're right. You're right.
It can't up.
Huh?
The laughter is not necessary. It's
Oh,
not.
okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Look,
I'll just go on mute and keep
the
laughing.
laughing police.
Yeah.
But right now, for what we have, that's what we have. Now let's get to this this Next Generation Action Network. Oh, I listened to the entire thing on double speed. So I had to, it's 30 minutes. I listened to it so you don't have to listen to it. In minute 27,
listeners, y'all might want to go listen to
is
it.
when
If
the
y'all
whole
waiting on his interpretation, it might be a little bit biased. Okay.
Look, you saying what's up? You keep talking when I'm talking. What's up?
You ain't said shit. I'm the one that was talking.
No, this motherfucker. You see, he's like, "What's up?" You still talking?
Child, we to knock that nigga out and call the police. There's a nigger in my house.
Nigger alert.
Right. My God. I'll be like that. Remember the white lady on the video yesterday? I mean, it fell out and everything. Tell me he choked me.
Help!
He was very aggressive. I peacefully asked him to leave.
The fuck out of here.
I like his door though. I ain't gonna lie. I do like the door in the background.
Yeah, I've been checking out that sliding barn door too, man.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
You want to show off his crafty work, but you know what? Too bad, so sad.
Oh, shit, I thought he
bet
was in a
you
hotel.
his wife is either Filipino or white.
Why you say that?
Just by his mannerism.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Well,
do look like one of
they
those.
teach you to act like this because this is how they want you to articulate. That's what they call articulation. You know, so they teach you to act like this, and over time, you just adopt the old attitude.
Trust with the plus. I told you, you act just like my oldest brother, so I already know for a fact that this is how a lot of them act.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, what he's doing right now, he's about to clown on that Nation Network. But the reason why he's doing it because he let everybody know that it was a black run. That's what I don't like. I don't like this shit right here he's doing.
I am all for
they got to pledge their
representation.
allegiance.
Yeah, I don't like when they play these games right here. And then he gonna use their commentary, but then he gonna badmouth them. No, man. If you
Because
think
they play that role because they know that they still got they know that they have a percentage of, unfortunately, white listeners, and they know when white people see a black man talking about a crime like this, they automatically will assume that you're going to be on the side of the black person. So he got to prove to them that he's not actually on the side of the black person by degrading and downplaying black situations and scenarios and groups.
I was just gonna say he's just cloud chasing, but you're right.
That is cloud chasing. I just broke it down to the highest degree.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need their commentary. Now he about to talk shit about it.
Sad. Shout out to this man though.
Yeah. Officer man.
I had to. It's 30 minutes. I listened to it so you don't have to listen to it. In minute 27 is when the whole thing falls apart. I am all for people getting fair representation.
He could be related to Anthony
I am all
Anderson.
for a group that wants to support black children or black people who are and ensure that they're getting a fair trial. I have no problem whatsoever. That's what America is all about. If you want to advocate for your people, advocate for your people. But then, homeboy,
Your people, not our people. Notice that.
Yeah, he's taking the non-biased approach.
Mm-hmm.
This conversation should be that way too, not just saying that he's not affiliated.
Thing out of the window.
Like, bitch, you black too. See, but they put on that uniform and swear that the boys are blue. Bitch, you're black with a uniform on. That's all. The fuck?
You a nigga in a suit.
Right. Talking about your people. Bitch, you black. You part of the same group. Now, you may not participate within that little group of helping black kids and the criminal trials and shit like that. We get that, but you're still black, like the group that's representing those kids. Dumb dumb.
But I see where he's coming from because at some point,
of course you do.
He was itching to say that.
Right.
But I do see where he's coming from. Andrew Tatum.
I do agree with him.
But you cut me off and say, "Bye, please." You know what I'm saying? It's at some point we got to be tired of doing shit primitively. We do everything. It seemed like primitive when it hits the mainstream, and we shouldn't have to compensate for what's going on just because it's a demographic of people that look like us. And that's what I'm saying. He's doing it like he doesn't know how to talk about his own race.
Mm-hmm.
We've been around for a long time. We know how to socialize. I'm not, just because I'm related to you don't mean that I'm not gonna have good judgment and shit and be able to say, moralistic shit. But he acting like a primitive, like we back in Jim Crow days or some shit.
Yes, sir, master. That's how he talking.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, my ass.
To me that he was biased beyond reason. When in this clip, I'm gonna play for you, he says, compares this situation to Zimmerman from Trayvon Martin and Kyle Rittenhouse.
What the fuck is that?
Videos. He got shit in his but look, he's not the only one that's doing it. And I see what people are like taking scores and shit, like they goalkeepers or some shit like that. And what this is used for is, just because we get a bad effect out of it right now, don't mean we can't get a positive one out of it later on. That's what they doing.
And it'd be like, say for instance, if all charges, like say for instance, the boy get off on all charges, right? You really think he about to go back and remake another video about it?
Yeah, he is.
No, he not. Then that nigga go to the next case that's involving something with a black person and a white person and keep feeding the media like that. People are feeding the media because they want to be media and journalists like they see on TV. So they're doing what they see on TV. That's all.
He did an interview on the lady that got killed by the white cop, and he did a video that says that she was the aggressor. I agree with it, but still. But when that cop got arrested and got sentenced to prison, he did come back and do a video.
Did he apologize?
He didn't say no. He didn't apologize.
Well, that's the thing. That
I
lady
would
has a family too that could possibly come across this video, and you were so struck on the lady being the aggressor, and then you found that the lady wasn't, and then didn't have the heart to apologize. That's crazy to
family
me.
ain't got shit to say. Just like you said, the family is probably teaching these people how to do this shit. All right.
No, I'm saying in general, based off of what the court of law said, not just the family, but if the court of law found the cop responsible, then that's when you should double back and be like, I do apologize for what I said because she technically wasn't the aggressor.
He
They
reported
were.
it just like he did on the other part.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, though.
Well, take it up with him because I think
I'm not taking it up with no nigga that cut the edges off the bread. The fuck? He only eat the white side. The fuck?
I think we have the right to say what we want to say. If it's
You
getting
do have the right to say what you want to say because it's based off of assumption. But once you get the truth and the facts, that's when you come back with your truth and facts and clear up what the fuck you said. That's the difference. That's media and journalism. But these people are literally chasing.
Now look,
They're chasing racism clout. Like that's all it is.
have nothing to do with racism. That woman was another one that's got some kind of psychotic shit going on too.
Whatever you assume is what you assume, but the facts is the facts.
Y'all biased because y'all want to take up.
How are we? I'm going off of what the court said. You got to take that up with the court.
Nah, the court said that he was. I think they got him on some kind of negligence or some shit.
There you go. So she wasn't in the wrong. He was.
Yes, she was in the wrong.
No, she was not.
Got caught up for like some serious version of it. Like
that lady didn't get caught up with that. Shut up.
You know that's how it worked, man.
That is not how it worked. Basically, what I'm saying is, again, just like with Kyle Rittenhouse and all that extra shit, when they all came back and was like, "See, I told you so." But if it was the other way around, it wouldn't have been a "See, I told you so." It would have been like, "Damn, I would have."
Kyle Rittenhouse don't have shit to do with that.
No, I'm saying in general. I'm just giving an example. God damn, Whitey. Relax.
That shit ain't funny. I don't care what you think. That shit ain't funny.
Shit.
Of course, let's start off in the proper way.
Hold on, that brother right there, he looks intelligent. He gonna set the record straight. Let him do it.
He probably gonna do the same thing the first nigga did.
Man, what?
Minister
He don't
Dominic
even button
Alexander,
the top button on his shirt. That nigga ain't intelligent.
Can't take him serious.
Okay.
Supposed to button it. Man, I'm not gonna even get into this with y'all. What the fuck?
That's what the top button is there for. What is it? Just there for show?
Like, yeah, nigga.
I can tell you ain't never wore no damn tie.
Founder of the next generation.
Nigga, I have wore tie, and you button up the top button.
We're not talking about no stylish frou-frou tie. We're talking about a regular tie.
A regular tie. I could probably tie it better than you could tie a tie, brother.
All right, keep thinking that.
Organization in North Texas. Today we had a meeting with the leadership of the Frisco Police Department to discuss the matter of urgency in escalating racial threats and bigotry and online hate directed at the Anthony family. Let me be clear. The Anthony family cannot leave their home because of the growing threats towards their safety. Their personal address has been exposed. They have received graphic and racist threats. They are being targeted with violence and simply because their child is in the center of this tragedy. We are here just for justice. This justice must be fair and impartial and protected from biases. We cannot allow racism and bigotry to divide us. We cannot allow white America to decide when and how Black people can speak up again.
I don't even think he's American. He done messed up on every common word.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That man has said,
oppression.
What is that noise?
I don't know.
It's called static, asshole.
You need to cut that static out.
That didn't mean that was your shit.
We do not pull the race card. We live it. Yes, this case is a tragedy. Anytime a child is lost, we mourn as a community. Our heart goes out to the family of Austin Metcalf. But we do not race the right of the Anthony family to be protected and heard and treated with dignity. That's why today we spoke with the Frisco Police Department leadership to demand answers. We need to know what steps are being taken to protect the Anthony family.
Is it paused or you paused?
I think the nigga went out.
Nigga.
Trick.
Trick.
Hey. Help.
Yeah. But anywho, while we got a slight pause, I'm not sure who they think they're gonna get protection from in a
Graphic
case like
images of what this family has had to deal with for the last couple of days.
Right.
It is sad. These graphic images not only display children with knives, Black children with knives stuck in their head, the Anthony family's address. We saw when this case first started that people were putting online
Okay. But yeah, I don't know who they're gonna get protection from. Because of the situation. Of course, your address will be out there because most criminal records are public information. Y'all might want to hire maybe security or something to protect the home because the police is not about to help you.
They can't stop people from feeling upset about that. Like I said, Texas is a football state. And they feel slighted because that kid was so-called a football star.
The black boy was, yeah, of course.
Oh, no.
Yes, he was. Go read about it.
That he was a football star?
Yeah, he was a football star and a track star.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it said both. Okay. And he was an honor student too.
Yeah, I know that part, but I thought it was Austin that was the football star.
Austin was the second runner up.
Shut your ass up.
No, for real, that's what they said.
Ain't that shit, man. You talking shit.
He was the runner up. So I mean, shit.
All right, let's finish hearing this babbling guy right here. What he's talking about?
And that when Section 8 was accepted into the Frisco neighborhood, that became the lead of the downfall of Frisco. We have saw so many different hateful images, just hateful things. And the Next Generation Action Network wants to reiterate.
Section 8 had to do with that.
When Section 8
I was about to say the same thing.
Was accepted to display children with knives, Black children with knives stuck in their head, the Anthony family's address. We saw when this case first started that people were putting online that when Section 8 was accepted into the Frisco neighborhood, that became the lead of the downfall of Frisco. We have saw so many different hateful images, just hateful things. And the Next Generation Action Network wants to reiterate that Carmelo Anthony has a right to a fair trial, unbiased, and removed of racial hate and bigotry. I want to make it very clear, and I say this from my heart and my own personal reference. If someone wants to say race is not in this situation and shouldn't be, well, I asked all of those people to join me in calling it out. but don't look at black people and say, don't always play the race card. We don't play the race card, we live it. We live a reality. And I believe that in America, I always tell this, and I'm just gonna speak truth to power in this situation.
Power.
Lord, this good old bootlicking nigga.
He's a failed preacher. Probably, trying to get
Race is gonna be in anything when it's two different races of people at a dispute. My guy, I don't really too much to know what was the whole press conference of you having to teach them why it should or shouldn't be racist or racism added to the mix, but they're going to talk about race clearly because you can see the two people that's involved. One's white and one's black. They don't give a fuck that both of them was kids. Yeah, that's what they got in like similar. Other than that, what's the difference? White and black. It's going to be about race then.
Look at the title up here. Case report released in Carmelo Anthony's case as black people cry for his freedom. What the fuck? Who crying, man?
Lord.
Crying for his freedom? I don't give a fuck. Look, man. It's crazy. And Officer Tatum, I blame you for this shit, putting this up here like this, man. You should have blotted that out, bro.
I told you what type of person he is.
Nah, man. That's
He a
crazy.
race baiter.
Yeah, I think these guys are race baiters.
All of them, Officer Tatum, everybody, they all be like that.
Yeah, he's playing it. He ain't doing no commentary. We didn't talk more about this shit during the video than he did the whole time.
Yep.
He playing the video and just letting it play. This pug nose dude up here talking about
tells us to accept the self-defense claim of George Zimmerman, Kyle Rittenhouse, and so many other people. But when
Kyle
you shoot,
Rittenhouse ain't kill no black people. What is wrong with you, boy? You got devils. Look at that shit in your eyes.
He said the self-defense claim, brother. He ain't said nothing about race with that one.
He named. Well, why would he say freaking Trayvon Martin then?
Because remember, George Zimmerman used self-defense as his claim. So did Kyle Rittenhouse.
Bro, Kyle Rittenhouse ain't got nothing to do with black people. They try to make it that way.
You don't hear Kyle Rittenhouse disagreeing.
They bringing it up because they think Kyle Rittenhouse has some ties to Trump right now. Stop
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Put some vibes.
They're virtual signaling.
Why the whites of your eyes black like the pupils and shit? What the fuck wrong with you? You on drugs? What's up, dog?
You on drugs, brother?
It's on the other foot. That claim is absurd. And I just gotta call a spade a spade. No matter what.
See, all these cliche ass old terms from that era where they start talking about racism is what gets me. I just gotta call a spade a spade. When is that being used nowadays? Never. And he ain't even an old dude, he a young dude. So he done looked into the past, found these civil rights keywords, and now he's trying to use them for the topic of today. That's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot
like
to
the powers that be.
You fucked up for this tape.
My personal views of a case may be, it is quite contradicting for America to come back and say, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse can have it. George Zimmerman can have it. All of these individuals that don't look like the color of my skin
what I tell you
can't have it.
See what I tell you? What the fuck does Kyle look? See? Ain't no
he just said that all those people are able to use self-defense as their thing, but when it's a black person, they can't use self-defense.
So virtue signal off of somebody else's situation so you can get a handout.
What he should have said was, name me a black person that was able to use self-defense as their claim. That's what he should have said.
He should have said that for a lot, because there is a lot of black people that use self-defense.
Name one, Loyal.
Okay, I'm gonna name one. Let me find one for you.
You see how hard that you see? You have to even go look it up. That nigga named two off the top of his head.
Name one that's not black on black. Name one that's black on white.
Name one that's black on white. I don't know one that's black on white.
You said you was looking it up.
Yeah, look it up,
No,
nigga.
you asked me for somebody that claims
But you
self-defense.
see, that's the problem. If you're able to name Kyle Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman off the top of your head,
No,
then you
dude,
should be able to name at least one black person too on the list, right?
yes. He said it doesn't apply to his people.
What my personal views of a case may be, it is quite contradicting for America to come back and say, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse can have it, George Zimmerman can have it. All of these individuals that don't look like the color of my skin can't have it. In the state of Texas, we live in a state where yet you can walk around with a permitless carry. You can walk around with a brass knuckles. You can walk around with a knife. You can walk around with all these things. AK-47 in the state of Texas. And then as soon as you see a black person exercise those rights, we now have a problem. And that's not me spitting hate or race or bigotry. That's the facts.
That's a fact.
And like I put a statement, what we're not going to do after 400 years of oppression of black people in America is yet justify ourselves every time a situation comes.
This is not about the case. This is about 400 years of slavery. This is about roots and Kunta Kinte. This ain't got nothing to do with the Kamala Anderson.
Because they went through the same thing. They couldn't use self-defense back then.
Huh?
That's because in Roots and Kunta Kinte, they couldn't use self-defense.
They couldn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Because I can swear this ain't had nothing to do with that.
No, he talking about self-defense law. He just
I
dated
know.
it back to them.
There's people who have shot other people on self-defense claims.
And you still ain't find it yet. You keep saying there's people. We looking for the white and black one.
Comes up with one of our children, we want them to have those same rights that everybody else. We want him to have his same day in court as Kyle Rittenhouse. We want him to have his same day in court like anybody else.
Y'all better have a Kyle Rittenhouse
and
attorney.
He will have that. And he will put up the proper defense. And all of these questions will be answered.
Now you guys know why I think this guy's out of control. Do you understand what happened in Zimmerman's case? Zimmerman was actively getting the beat out of him, screaming and crying for help. And the witnesses are articulating that Trayvon was on top of Zimmerman, beating him to death. This is what their testimony is. And while Trayvon is banging his head on the ground, he pulls out a gun and shoots Trayvon. Does that sound similar to the Metcalf situation in Carmelo Anthony? No, it does not. Kyle Rittenhouse is the craziest. Kyle Rittenhouse is legally defending a gas station and hadn't touched or talked to nobody. He was not in a space that he didn't belong. He wasn't on nobody's property. He was on the property of the business owner that allowed him to be there. The first person chased him down. He retreated, tried to escape. They cornered him.
Why didn't none of them call the police?
In a parking lot of a car lot and tried to grab.
Why they didn't call the police?
Yeah, so why didn't George Zimmerman call the cops? Just like when you said that, like if somebody came and you was at a park barbecuing and they sat in your chair, why didn't they call the cops?
I don't know.
That's my thing.
Zimmerman was wasn't he security guard for that night?
No. No.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. All these fake security guards and somebody called me to protect this and that and the third. There's no call records and police records of showing even Kyle Rittenhouse getting a call from the gas station owner, or George Zimmerman getting a call to say protect somebody's house, or a house that was actually in the midst of being built of somebody breaking into it. What the fuck was they stealing out of a empty ass house? The boy wasn't even in the house. But my thing is, regardless, why didn't none of them spend the chance and take the chance to call the police? A lot of things could have been avoided.
They're not using the police.
That's what
They
I'm saying. A
don't.
lot of things could have been avoided if they would have called the police.
Yeah.
And
Even
nobody's preaching
hello,
that.
Anthony called
They
the
keep
police.
trying to come up with excuses for why it's justifiable, but really it's not justifiable when you got a cell phone and you could have called 911.
He want to buy
George
your
Zimmerman
house.
never had to get out. George Zimmerman didn't have to get out of his truck. He could have called the police and said, "Hey, I see a black guy walking down the street that was just breaking into homes as he assumed. And he has Skittles and Arizona iced tea in his hand to identify the man. Boom. That would have just ended it right there.
Ain't that what
Kyle Rittenhouse, same thing. I'd be
did
chased down the street, supposedly,
the police was out there where Kyle Rittenhouse was at?
and he still could have called him.
He did.
He
They
did not call no motherfucking police when he was out there, brother.
They did not help the man.
He didn't call no police. They didn't help nobody out there then.
Mm-hmm. They helped.
Plenty of people was out there getting hurt and
Oh,
injured.
I found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cases that involve black people that have claimed self-defense.
6 people. And now look up how many white people versus black people then.
I don't. None of them.
Shout out to Don Treese out there.
None versus black. None white and black versus.
That's a lie. That's a lie, brother.
Nah, from what I'm looking at right now, none.
We just said Kyle Rittenhouse and I mean not Kyle Rittenhouse, but Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. That's one right there.
You were talking about black people cases. I'm gonna show you them after this guy finished talking.
All right, brother.
Grabbed his weapon from him and he fired a shot, killing the first guy. He then runs. They chase him down. One guy uses a deadly weapon to hit him over the head with a skateboard. He falls.
We did not see none of that in the video.
Huh?
We did not see him get hit in the head with no skateboard. You saw Kyle Rittenhouse get down on one knee and get and position his gun, and the guy ran up with a skateboard.
We can look at the Kyle Rittenhouse video too if you want later on.
We can, yeah.
Because you did say that Kyle was claiming self-defense from a guy with a skateboard, but that's not the only thing he was claiming self-defense from.
No, I just said what this man just said. He said that he was running and the guy hit him with a skateboard and he fell to the ground. That's not what happened.
Put a gun on him. He put a gun. He shot that guy in the bicep. Now how enough are you claiming that Carmelo Anthony's case is even remotely similar to Zimmerman, who was a Mexican, and then to Kyle Rittenhouse, who was attacked with deadly weapons and firearms? And Carmelo Anthony doesn't appear that he was attacked by anybody. Even if he was attacked, it was by one individual who did not have a weapon. And they were, and you can say they were equal combatants.
There was
that
not
means
equal
that Carmelo
combatants.
Anthony and Metcalf were reasonably the same size and the same grade. At the same.
What? So he chose to kill him instead of fight him.
Same track meet. So there's not a disproportionality that we know of.
You're wrong, Bobby. Bobby, you wrong for that shit. You said that man was a 240-pound fucking linebacker, and Kamala was fucking 130 pounds. Virtue signaling ass. Bobby Knight, you're wrong.
Mutual combatants. And it's not a disproportionality of everybody jumping on this one kid and he's getting pummeled and he decides to do one thing. It looks like he had his hand in his bag and they begin to move him out of the way and he went like that. Boom, killed him. I believe that people should be treated fairly. Carmelo Anthony's family is getting death threats. I believe that should not be the case. The kid did what he did. He'll have his day in court. People shouldn't be bludgeoning him. They shouldn't be trying to kill him. They shouldn't be threatening his family. None of that should occur. But at the same time, if you're going to represent these young people, you got to be honest about your representation. You can't be out here lying and making up stuff because then you lose credibility. Anyway, comment in the comment section. I'm going to let you guys know when there's more information.
Yeah, comment in the comment section. He gonna let you know when know a location.
Okay.
Yeah, he should have gave commentary while this guy was talking though. That would have been better to point out all of the bias and the misinformation. See, because that right there was a direct fucking case of virtue signaling and race bait. That's what they do. They come out the woodwork. And see, this time, these people don't need publicity. They don't need for people to be, hyped up around it. They need to be left alone, let the case go through the proper channels, and then afterwards, then move on with their fucking life. But no, by you coming down and representing them without representing them, tell the truth, because they ain't got nothing to do with the case. These people are just radio hosts that want to stand up and preach about what's going on instead of actually letting it take place. But if they did that, then they wouldn't have no commentary because, look, everybody wants to be on that ratchet shit. But let's look at these cases where black people have claimed self-defense. And let's see. And this is just some random stuff. I'm not really doing a deep dive into this shit, so this is just random. Man claims self-defense in Miami murder trial. So I don't know if that's the cat right there, but they got a few pictures and shit right here, and we're gonna read what it says. I'm not listening to your bullshit.
Yeah.
Video goes through Miami. Opening statements began in Courtney Britton's trial.
We don't see nothing, Lil. We just hear you.
Oh, my bad. Shit, I got to go back and open it back up and shit. Let's see what she got.
Case last night. He thinks he will beat this case. Opening statements began in court. Louis, the state says this was murder, but the defense is calling this self-defense. And we spoke to the defendant in this case last night. He thinks he will beat this case. Opening statements began in Courtney Britton's trial for the murder of Joshua Caraballo and attempted murder of Robert Fulton.
So it's black on black. K-Dub said black and versus white.
Britton's lawyer told me.
No, we ain't talking about black and white. Because those are
yes, we are. That's what K-Dub said.
About black people being able to claim
No. She said we're a black person use self-defense against a white person. That's what she said.
He said, why isn't it available for my people? Now, this is an exact case right here where it is afforded to our
Did he win the case?
Huh?
Did he win the case?
I don't know.
Dude, that's what the part we need to figure out though.
Jury. This began when he was robbed of a gold chain near Tiny's Liquors off Northwest 22nd Avenue in Miami, offering a demonstration as part of her opening.
He says, give me all your... You heard me. Give me all your...
Tuesday evening, we sat down with Britton, who describes the moments leading up to the shooting.
And he pushes it in my chest harder. That's how I know it was a gun. I felt the metal. He said, give me all your... And then he popped the chain off that I had.
That is when Britton says he got a gun himself.
I unholstered and fired one round.
His defense team says the shot was a warning.
Mr. Britton was trying to warn them.
Did you know at that moment that you had shot someone?
No.
You didn't know? Okay.
No.
The bullet hit the two men, killing Caraballo and injuring Fulton. Britton did not know the two, but were having casual conversation in a parking lot. The state says while the victim started it, this was not self-defense, instead a rage-filled shooting. Britton left the scene, but cooperated in the hours after the shooting and was arrested 3 months later. The victim's family was in the courtroom, but say they are not ready to talk yet.
So it sounds like he probably did walk from that situation.
No, we can't just assume. What you got to look up what happened
So
after now.
here we go. But look, they didn't say who the two victims were.
They showed them two black ass men.
Where?
Wasn't that the black man that got killed at the beginning?
No, that's him.
Oh,
That's him. Yeah. So he did walk on self-defense charges
no, he did.
for
They didn't
3
say
months
that.
until. Yes, they did. Look.
Where?
Was arrested 3 months
Look
later.
at that.
The victim's family was in the courtroom, but
He walked away from the shit. Later on, assisting the cops. He was allowed to go free for 3 months. Why?
the shooting and was
Allowed to go
arrested 3
free
months
for
later.
3 months, and he probably had to go to
Was in
court
the
for it.
courtroom, but saved bio and
Yeah, because,
injuring.
look, they discovered. See, when it comes to murder, there's no fucking statute.
Yeah, we
of
want to
limitations.
know did he get off on all charges after the case?
Nah, but he eventually got
Then that don't
charged.
count then, Loyal. Come on now, you twisting up what K Dub first. She asked you black
Because
versus
it
white.
ain't saying whether or not this kid's gonna get off. It's just saying whether or not he can claim self-defense.
That's not what K Dub said. Anybody can claim self-defense, Loyal.
I wasn't doing this for no K-Dub. I was saying this
Of
because
course you was, because you changed it up because you probably couldn't find nothing.
look, Valley said, "Wow, you a liar."
Fulton. Britain did not know the two, but were having casual conversation in a parking lot. The state says while the victim started it, this was not self-defense. Instead, a rage-filled shooting. Britain left the scene, but cooperated in the hours after the shooting and was arrested 3 months later.
So he cooperated right after the shooting.
And still was arrested 3 months later.
And then new evidence came about to bring him in. He's not charged with the same shit as he was when he left the scene.
Yeah, because he probably wasn't able to claim self-defense.
Okay, and now here's another one that I found. Here's another one, young man. And
You
this
see,
is
that one didn't prove shit.
that proved that black people can claim self-defense.
That man never said that they couldn't. He said it never goes in their way as other races.
He made it seem like black people can't do nothing.
That man did not say that.
Comes defending themselves. Now look at this cat. Shot to the back of the head, sinks driver's claim of self-defense and road rage slaying that killed man traveling to new job. That's a brother. All right. Nicholas Caracuello.
We can't see it, brother.
That ain't no brother. That nigga got a straight up
Look at this
Santiago
backfired on
nigga.
you.
Florida man faces decades behind bars after a jury has convicted him of second-degree murder in a road rage shooting that killed a father who was driving to his first day at a new job. Nicholas Santiago Venezuela, penalty of 27, shot and killed 30-year-old David Alexander slain in Orlando on January 22nd, 2024. At trial, Pasquello, I think that's how you say it, Carrasquello, or what, took the stand on his own behalf and claimed self-defense. According to the court report, the local NBC affiliate WISH, all right, WESH, Pasquello testified he was driving to his grandmother's house when Slay cut him off. After a shooting match at the traffic light, Pasquello, or Santiago's Pasquellos, claimed that Slang blocked his car and wouldn't let him leave even after the light turned green. Nigga, see, this is what I don't understand. Why they put this in here? Why they put this in here? Didn't they just say in the sentence right before that they was having a shootout at the light? Of course the nigga, man, come on, man. All right, that bad example.
Yeah, go ahead and look at the Kyle Rittenhouse skateboard part.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I got two more. We'll look at those two as well later on. But let's look at the Kyle Rittenhouse. And look at Kyle. Kyle Rittenhouse Now let's
No, no, no.
read about this cat. Because
No,
this
not
cat
read
right
about
here,
it. Pull
I
up the
know.
video of when Kyle Rittenhouse was hit with the skateboard. Was he running and got hit in the back of the head with the skateboard, or was he already down?
Slick,
Huh?
wanted, in case people didn't know this guy's demographics, since they putting Kamala Anderson or Anthony shit up there. When we put Kyle Rittenhouse, right? How old he was? 17. Same thing. 3 men in what is it? Kenosha, Wisconsin. 2 fatally. All right. He shot 3 men, and he's 17 years old. So what's the name? Stabbed 1 man. But once we see the video, you'll see what I'm talking about. Now let's find this video of Kyle Rittenhouse running and shit. Because that boy he was getting chased down big time. Oh, I wonder if Camilla gonna cry on the stand. Because Kyle cried on the stand. That shit was weird.
Yeah, well, you know you like.
This is what you need to do to get off on a murder charge. Oh, shit, is that the right one? Hold on, here we go.
Cause what the hell?
That boy was going through it, right?
We can't see nothing.
You couldn't see that?
No, you're not sharing the screen.
Shit, man, what's going on with this guy?
The birth of the.
Okay, so this BLM activist became.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And
You
I
can
was
tell that boy
cornered from
lying.
in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were
I know you lying.
people right there.
I'm talking shit about that thing.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
You don't see not no tears coming at that boy eye. And this is a victim to you.
Get it out, Kyle. You can do it.
That's right, run.
Time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk
And he can
about the
stop
case
crying
during the
on
break.
point,
Read,
on
watch,
cue.
listen,
Come on
anything
now.
like that.
Fake ass shit.
Oh man, that was so traumatic. I was traumatized from that.
I bet you was. Oh yeah,
No.
fake ass want to be white man. I wish that could be me, brother. I wish I could. That shit was so fake.
I got another.
Like, cause what the hell? What the hell? What the?
That boy was seriously going through it. I'm telling you, he
He
ain't no
wasn't going
joke.
through shit. His attorney told him to fake cry to get sympathy because nobody believed the shit that he was saying.
Moment, boy. That wasn't no.
I
That
still
wasn't
want to
no.
see the video where that black man said that Kyle Rittenhouse was the one that was running and he got smacked in the back of his head. I could have sworn when I first seen it on the news, Kyle Rittenhouse was in a 3-point stance with his gun aiming and the boy ran at him with the skateboard.
3-point stance.
Yeah, he was down on one knee, the other knee up, with the gun cocked on his, pointed.
I didn't see that one. I gotta see that one.
A judge dismissed a
You
juror this
definitely ain't
morning
seen him
before
running.
court really began.
Huh?
Play the video, the actual video, not all these damn court videos.
Saying that juror had told an off-color joke to a deputy while leaving court the other day about the police shooting of Jacob Blake last summer. The jurors who remain, 19 of them, heard the most emotional testimony
Cause what
yet.
the hell?
On the witness stand, Richie McGinnis had to relive the moments he watched Kyle Rittenhouse fire 4 fatal shots into Joseph Rosenbaum.
I need to show it. I'm sorry.
As prosecutors read McGinnis's own video that's entirely too graphic to show on television of Joseph Rosenbaum's lifeless body, McGinnis appeared to contain his agony on the stand. As a video editor for an online publication, McGinnis had interviewed Rittenhouse.
People are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business.
Just minutes before a chase between
Our
Rosenbaum
job.
and Rittenhouse.
Where is any phone call or records of them asking him to protect
Mr.
something?
Rittenhouse earlier, and just using my eyes at that time, that he was on.
What'd you say?
They never once showed no phone records or nothing of nobody asking that boy to go out there and protect anything.
Y'all cold. Hey, you cold blooded, boy.
Let him know.
Cold blooded. But they do got the videos of him being chased. But I
No,
can't.
they pull it up. That's why, I get that he was running down the street, but when he was hit with the skateboard, that nigga did not get hit from behind while running.
Okay.
That's why I said that
I'ma
black
pull it up.
man, the little police officer nigga, is virtue signaling with all that extra shit that he be
And
adding on
also,
himself.
Talking about you talking about the cop?
He said Kyle was running and got smacked in the back of the head with the skateboard. I'm like, no, the nigga was already pointing his gun and aiming at people, and the crowd ran up on him while he was aiming at people.
Okay, let me see if this is it. Let's see.
Cause what the hell?
Tomorrow morning, they'll no longer consider whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse was illegally carrying a gun the night of the shootings. The judge dropped that charge this morning after a nuanced argument about the barrel length of the gun. Kyle Rittenhouse was a defender.
My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered.
Or a provocateur.
You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun.
That's for 12 people.
Whoa! You lose the right for self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun.
Didn't I say that before? But he still got away with it.
Apply to the knife too as well?
Nope, only guns.
Oh, okay. My bad. Only gun, not knives.
We spent the last 2 weeks rewatching hours of live stream video and enduring emotional testimony to determine.
And then raising the gun.
In the prosecution's last stand, Thomas Bigener repeatedly railed against Rittenhouse as an out-of-town, trigger-happy teenager who incited chaos with his semi-automatic weapon.
And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun.
The state says Rittenhouse lied about his medical training and ran instead of offering aid.
Now he lied about his training,
shots
Loyal.
as he fled.
This is someone who has committed.
I thought you said he was trained to go.
You know, you saw that man chasing behind that kid.
No, I did not.
Someone who has committed a criminal act.
Says he fled.
This is.
You saw that right there when he's about to bust that dude in the head. Look at that
No,
shit.
he was not. That's his friend. That's not even the boy with the skateboard.
His friend. Come back, Billy. Come back.
Where's the skateboard at?
Come back, Riddick. Who has the skateboard? I don't know. Who has?
Says he fled.
That's what I'm saying. The black cop guy said that Kyle got hit in the back of his head while running with a skateboard. You gotta remember, Kyle initially started running when he first shot somebody. He started running down the street. Then people chased him.
Let the video speak for itself.
That gun.
You don't even have the actual video.
That's the video right there. Him starting. Look, he's on the fucking streets. Here we go.
Rittenhouse lied about his medical training and ran.
And he lied to the people.
Look, he's running. Ain't nobody else messing with him.
Instead of offering aid,
Because he shot somebody and started running.
Look at dude right there. Come back here, little Kyle. And that he's one of the guys that got killed.
He fled.
He was injured.
Is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger.
And was.
It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again.
Rittenhouse did
kill again.
If you see the skateboard, that's
Yeah, but
Rittenhouse.
look, Kyle is on the ground. Like I said the first time, he was already on the ground when the nigga came off the skateboard. He wasn't running and got hit with no skateboard.
The guy is trying to take his gun.
Rittenhouse,
as he should. He already had shot somebody and tried to run down the street.
Nuh-uh. This is the first cat get shot right
No,
here.
it's not. You gotta go watch watch the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing.
He about to shoot him right now. He about to shoot him right now. Watch.
I understand that, but before that shot, somebody else was already shot, and he was the one that ran down the street, and the whole crowd started chasing him because he ran after he shot somebody.
Say whatever you want to say. It is on the camera. It is.
Yeah, we're watching the camera right now. So the first guy lied and said that Kyle was running when he got hit with the skateboard. We ain't see that yet.
Rittenhouse.
That's the incident that happened with the skateboard. They didn't show
He's
it.
on the ground, Loyal. He's not running. That's what I just said. The first black cop guy that we watched said that Kyle Rittenhouse was running and got hit with a skateboard.
That's why he was on the ground.
No, he was not. He was already on the ground.
And then he peppered his ass again.
Did kill again. He shot and killed Anthony Huber as Huber swung a skateboard at him.
What happens, eh?
On the ground. So I was right the whole time.
Look, he hitting him with the skateboard on the ground. The man.
That's what I said, nigga. I said he was on the ground when he got hit with the skateboard.
He could have shot both. He shot that dude right there with the stonewashed jeans on. He shot him in the arm. But this cat right here, he gonna get shot in the chest because he's grabbing his gun. Look at his hand on the man gun right there.
Look, you missed what I said.
Badly injured Gage Grosskreutz, an armed paramedic who he said was trying to stop Rittenhouse from firing again.
Somebody said, hey, he shot somebody.
Told
Doesn't know that he
you.
was being chased by a crazy person.
Told you. He originally had shot somebody and started running after he shot the first person.
The commentary of the guy right here say it.
Nigga, I said it before he even said it.
I know, but listen to what he says.
Again.
Somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or as they perceive him, somebody from the other side.
On each of the charges leveled against him,
He shot
Rittenhouse is
somebody.
claiming
Then he started running down the street
to
and he
save
chased
himself.
his ass.
This case is not a game. It is my client's life.
Consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene.
If jurors can't agree or don't believe
A criminal shooting himself.
Thank you. Thank you. Because I was always going to be right about it. The fuck? I don't know what that black cop nigga was talking about. He was running and they smacked him randomly with a escape. No, nigga, he had shot somebody, ran down the street, and that's when the crowd chased him. That's when the crowd chased him. Then when he was on the ground, that's when he got hit with a skateboard. That's the difference.
I want to hold that commentary real quick because I think you in for a treat with this one right here.
Oh, Lord.
For this one, this is gonna be
Play it, Lord. Play it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit more in depth on what happened to old Kyle Rittenhouse, why he's being used right now as some type of reasoning behind self-defense.
Police shooting of Jake.
Because that's what he used.
Now look at the little screen up here. Teen shooting suspect. Look at the little background. You can see what happens to Kyle. This is the first victim of Kyle when he first shot.
No, it was not. There was initially a victim way before he started running, brother.
Okay, well look at this one right here. This is what got him shot. Look.
Police shooting of Jacob.
We already know what he got him shot.
Authorities tonight have now revealed the name of the officer. And
He didn't hit that nigga. Didn't have no skateboard in his hand. He punched that nigga in the back of his head. That's not even the same person.
Tonight about the 17-year-old from the neighborhood.
So where was the skateboard at when he swung?
Did you see the guy that this dude right here? He could have shot the shit out of him, but he ain't.
You
shooting.
still avoiding the conversation. The conversation is that Kyle Rittenhouse was initially slapped in the head with a skateboard, which was not true.
That's the guy that got his arm shot off right there.
Yeah, that punched him in the head, not the nigga that had the skateboard.
No, look at the guy that got shot. You can see his arm right there. That's not the same guy that punched him.
Loyal, I know that, slow nigga. I'm talking about what the first man that we watched said. He said Kyle originally got slapped in the back of the head with a skateboard. That wasn't true. We just watched it on the video.
What happened? The video,
Lord.
a little scene up here in the top right, and you will see what I'm talking about.
I just saw what you're talking about. He just punched him in the back of the head. He didn't hit him with no skateboard.
You could have shot that guy right there for hitting him in the head from the back.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You keep trying to add more to the conversation.
He is right there in his hand.
That ain't a skateboard.
It doesn't matter. We don't know what
Yes,
it is.
it do matter. I'm going. First of all, the whole conversation was based off of the first cop nigga that we watched that said Kyle got hit with a skateboard.
We already
Clearly, you just said Kyle didn't get hit with a skateboard. So that part, like I said,
saying he didn't get hit with a skateboard.
he didn't get hit with a skateboard until after he was on the ground.
You got it out. Now let me show the video.
We just watched the video.
Oh, you didn't, because you up here, you keep cutting it off.
How I'm cutting it up? You controlling the damn video.
I know, but I'm doing that because you got to hear what the guy's talking about.
I don't care. It's a visual, not a hearing.
It is. It's both.
No, it's a visual, brother. I can see with my eyes. Ain't no skateboard in sight.
Go ahead, get it all out.
Go ahead, brother. Press play.
Some shit. You got Tourette's. Listen, now you can hear what the guy says. Listen.
Shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Authorities tonight have now revealed the name of the officer and new details about what they say they found at the scene. We're also learning
that's the guy he shot too. The one that just
he shot 3 people.
Tonight about the 17-year-old from a neighboring state now accused of opening fire on protesters. 2 were killed. Tonight, what he said in an interview just moments before the shooting started. ABC's Alex Perez in Kenosha again tonight.
Tonight, new details on the teenager investigators say showed up in Kenosha armed with a rifle and allegedly opened fire on demonstrators protesting the police shooting.
Thank you. So he got punched in the head, was on the ground, and got in his stance with his gun, like I said since the beginning.
In Tuesday's shootings, killing Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber and injuring Gage Grosskreutz. Police identified Rittenhouse as the man seen in this social media video during protests that night.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property.
Yes, we are.
This graphic video
and nobody called her nothing to do that.
Appears to be chasing the armed man when he falls to the ground and starts firing. As police approach the scene, Rittenhouse can be seen with his hands up, but he's never taken into custody.
In situations that are high stress, you have such an incredible tunnel vision.
But some raising questions.
Thank you. So you proved my point, brother.
Jacob Blake shooting and insensitive comments made by the Kenosha sheriff in 2018 after 5 black people were arrested after allegedly stealing and causing a collision. The sheriff saying there are some people that aren't worth saving. He later apologized. Late today, Kenosha police saying they arrested 9 people for alleged disorderly conduct after apprehending 3 vehicles with out-of-state plates that were filled with gas masks, illegal fireworks, and suspected controlled substances. Authorities also releasing new information in the shooting Sunday of 29-year-old Jacob Blake. Authorities now identifying the officer seen in that disturbing video as Rustin Shesky. When Blake appears to lean into the driver's side, Shesky pulls his shirt and unloads 7 bullets in his back. Authorities say they were called because a woman claimed her boyfriend, who wasn't supposed to be there, was on the premises. Authorities have not said Blake was that person. Investigators also say Blake told the officers he had a knife. Authorities say that knife
Overuse
was
of
found on the
firearm.
floor inside his car.
Again.
A federal civil rights investigation has now been opened into Blake's shooting, which is still under investigation.
So let's get to Alex Perez with us tonight. And Alex, this teenager now accused is set to
Quiet. Ain't no back talk. What happened, brother?
Well, David, we just learned the 17-year-old has been
I'm
officially
letting the
charged
video
with 2
play.
counts of homicide and 1 count of attempted
Ain't no
homicide.
big talk.
An extradition hearing to bring him from Illinois back here to Wisconsin is set for tomorrow morning. David?
Alex, thank you again tonight.
If you can't hear it and I can hear it, that's the problem.
Look, this part right here, this cop, they wasn't coming to nobody rescue out there.
Anybody said they was. Lloyd, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse crap.
I know, that's what I'm talking about too. That's what he was talking about. Now this
No, he
part
talking
right
about
here,
5 black people that was caught stealing. Anybody worried about that?
Nah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. This shit right here. He was chased by these people in a frenzy.
After he already shot one person.
No, he ain't shoot nobody in
Yes,
this
he did.
This situation right here, he ain't shoot nobody.
When he
Yes,
falls
he
to the ground
did.
and starts
That's when
firing.
he shot right
Man,
there. That's
when he
the first
falls
shot
to the
right
No,
there.
he shot 2 people right here, brother. What are you
ground
talking
and starts
about?
firing.
He did. He had
When
to.
they started chasing him, that's because he already had shot one person.
Man seen in this social media video during protests that
That's not
night.
how it happened.
Yes, that is how it happened.
We don't
This
have
is why they try
non-lethal.
to say that he was out of control.
He was out of control.
Yes, we are.
This graphic video capturing the chaos. A crowd appears to be
When
chasing
there's
the
That
armed
boy was
man
out of
when he
control.
falls to the ground and
in a
starts
mob.
firing.
Look at these people. They're running up
As
on him.
police approach
Yeah,
the
they're
scene,
running up on him
Rittenhouse
after he
can be
shot
seen with
one
his hands up,
person.
but he's never taken
You
into
ain't show
custody.
no video of none of that
Situations
shit
that
you
are high
You gotta watch the whole thing, brother.
I showed you the whole thing.
No, you didn't. You only showed the part where he started running. But what was he running from?
He was running from them.
After doing what?
After walking? What the hell you mean?
No, brother. Ain't nobody just chasing down niggas with guns. That's not usually how the world works.
Bullshit. They is chasing down people.
You gotta
with
go
guns.
watch it. There was somebody that was shot. Kyle Rittenhouse was the only one there with the gun, so everybody was chasing him down because he refused to turn himself in. So when he was running, that's when the boy tried to punch him in the back of the head. When he hit him in the back of the head, he got down on the
You
ground
don't
and
have
started firing at people.
you don't have the facts. It's easy to say.
What you said?
You don't have the facts. It's easy to say.
That is the facts. Go look it up. He shot 3 people. 1 died. In the video you just showed, it's only 2 people.
died.
No, 1 died. 2 were injured.
No, bro. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Damn, brother. So again, the first initial black nigga that we watched earlier always got their facts messed up because they out here race baiting. Kyle Rittenhouse did not get slapped in the back of the head with no skateboard and fell to the ground. The nigga got punched in the back of the head with a hand. And when he was on the ground, the boy with the skateboard then attacked him. But other than that, he did not fall to no ground.
That case already been put out. That's why he ain't never been convicted.
Of course not. It happened in Kenosha, a racist place that's going to defend him regardless.
It's my bad. Okay, so look, here we go with this one right here.
Who's
Center
this?
of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. In our reporting that day, we've got 2 pieces of video I want to show you. This is the first one, and in it, you see, we're about to pause it here. On the right there in the lighter clothing, that is Joseph Rosenbaum. You saw him a split second before that throw a bag at Kyle Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse, his screen left there. We've shadowed him as well, circled him. And Rosenbaum clearly continuing to chase Rittenhouse. Then let's go to the second piece of video, a split second later. The chase continues there.
You see him shoot?
Mm-hmm.
You saw the smoke come out?
And right
So one person chased him, and then the crowd of people chased him after he shot one person.
No, look at how many people was chasing him.
Nobody was chasing that boy.
Okay, watch.
First one, and in it.
Is that before or after the smoke came out of his gun?
Look, 1, 2, 3.
You see, we're about to pause it here. On the right there in the lighter clothing, that is Joseph Rosenbaum. You saw him a split second before that throw a bag at Kyle Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse, his screen left there. We've shadowed him as well, circled him. And Rosenbaum clearly continuing to chase Rittenhouse. Then let's go to the second piece of video, a split second.
Now, you see these 3 other people up here, 1 and 2 up here by the car? He about to shoot the first guy right over here. The one that swung and hit him in the back of the head. He about to shoot him right
And then
now.
he take off running, and then the crowd of people chase him.
And now
The
watch.
chase
Damn, he shot him.
continues there, and right
See the other
at
2
that point,
motherfuckers, they
as they're
taking cover
between
now.
a couple of the vehicles in that car dealership, which was being attacked by some protesters.
That ain't the
That is
gas
the
station he was
moment in
supposed to be
which Kyle
protecting either, is
Rittenhouse
it?
turns with Rosenbaum
they chased
getting
the nigga
close
away
to
from
him, and he fires
See how many
his
lies a person
AR.
can tell? So I'm
4
protecting the gas station, but I'm over here at the car lot.
4 shots fired by Kyle
Gas station
Rittenhouse.
was up
Now
on
there is
the on the
no
right.
Yeah, that he not at.
He's running from there. What the fuck?
Well, why would he run from there if he's supposed to be protecting it? How does
The
that work?
prosecution says it was only given this
He
higher
got he the only one with a
resolution
gun. What else
video
is he gonna do?
after the evidentiary portion of this trial closed. In other words, the
Of course not. So what was the point of him going out there then?
a low
Because he was
resolution video. So they say in their request
You just
for
said that he can't protect it even if he got a gun.
the idea that the state would provide
There was
lesser
no
quality
reason for him to go out
and
there
then use
then.
that footage as a linchpin in their case, and it is
And
the
again,
very reason
one
they
person was chasing
requested
him. He shot
and
the
were
person and
granted
took
the
off running, and
provocation
then the crowd
instructions by the
chased
court.
him.
Did you or did you not see those other 2 people behind him? No, you can't. 'Cause
Them
you right
other
on-
people was not chasing him. They was hiding for cover.
Need glasses, bro.
Where are they chasing him at?
Here he goes again. Watch the screen.
I'm watching the screen.
That drone video shows, but the prosecution says it was only
See, look
given
at the
this
screen.
higher
3 people chasing
resolution
behind
video.
They're not chasing him. Then the people is running for
Evidentiary portion
cover.
of this trial closed. In other words, the prosecution only gave
Look
them
where he
a
at and look where they at. Them people
low-resolution
scatter in the
video. So
opposite
they
way.
say in their request for a mistrial, and I'm going to quote
It's
it
one
here,
person that was
Harris,
chasing that threw the
idea that
bag at
state would
him.
provide lesser
He shot
quality
that one
footage
person and tried
the
to
quote
run,
written
and
up
that's when the crowd of people
by
chasing down the
Kyle
street, and
Rittenhouse.
that's
It
when the
was only
skateboard
given
incident
this
happened. I
higher
told you that.
resolution video. The prosecution says it
They
was
see
only
the people?
given this
They're not
higher
running in his direction.
resolution
What are you talking
video
about?
after
where he at.
the given
Look at
this
where he at.
higher resolution video after the given this higher
gonna keep on replaying.
resolution video
You can see him
after
chasing.
the evidentiary
They're not
portion
chasing
of
that
this
nigga.
trial
They are
resolution
chasing that
video.
nigga, man.
Prosecution
You
says
don't
it
see
was
him
only
throw something,
given
hit him in
this
the back with it?
higher resolution
No.
video.
Look at that
Prosecution
thing
says
he
it
threw
was
and hit him in
only
the back with
given
it.
this higher
They just said the boy
resolution
threw his backpack at
Prosecution
Kyle
says it was
Rittenhouse.
only given this higher resolution video after the evidentiary portion
So
of this
again, the nigga
trial
was not being.
closed. In other
Everybody
words,
running in different
the
directions. You don't see all these
only
people running in
given
different
this
directions.
higher
Keep blind.
resolution video after the evidentiary portion of this trial
You blind.
closed. In
Can't
other
see the
words,
screen
One person. Why you
after
think they
the
only circled
given
one
this
person?
higher resolution video
chasing.
after the evidentiary portion of this trial
And he could have
resolution
shot all of
video
his.
after the evidentiary portion of this trial closed. In other words, the prosecution,
One more time for me.
given this
Measure.
higher resolution
I'm still only seeing one person
video
behind him.
after the
I see the other two
evidentiary
people
portion
running
of
in
this
another
trial
direction.
closed. In other words, the
Can you see my cursor?
Yes, and those people are not running in his direction.
Right here? You see this person right here?
Yes,
Rosenbaum's name? And then there's another
yes,
right here up under the end of Rosenbaum's name.
yes.
Now watch where they come from. All right?
after the given this higher
There's this first person right here. All right? That's Kyle.
resolution
Second person right here who threw that thing at him, that's the dude he shot. Now watch the other-
video
The other person right here is who he's gonna shoot to again.
after the evidentiary portion of this trial.
See this guy right here that just came from behind that from hiding because he think that he's gonna shoot at him? He's another one.
closed. In other words, the
Them people is not
prosecution
chasing him.
only
It's one
gave
person
them
chasing
a
him.
low resolution video. So they say in their
Them other
request
people
for
just
this
running like
footage,
anybody
reason
else on
they
the screen that you see
requested
running
and were
around.
granted the provocation,
They
and it
was
is the
running. When he
quality
got
footage.
shot, they wouldn't be still following him. Watch this. This guy gonna get shot. That guy right there up under the S, he's gonna stop right where that guy's at right now. And then the other guy that's
Of
up over
course,
here.
to assess the damages to see what just happened.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch.
And then use that footage as a linchpin in their case. And it is the
Look, that guy right there is chasing him, along with the guy that's chasing him that's right up on him. There's another dude.
I don't think they both chasing him. I think one person was chasing him.
Guy right there, he's hiding.
I see him, but that don't mean the nigga is chasing him. If he was originally hiding, why would he be chasing and hiding?
He's hiding because Rosenbaum turned around and shot the shit out of his ass.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Was he shot somebody? That's
reason
what he
they
was chased.
requested and were granted the provocation instruction by the court. The failure to provide.
Either way, bro, this has nothing to do with Kamala Anderson.
I never said it did. I said because the first black man that we watched lied on the screen and said that Kyle Rittenhouse was hit in the back of the head with a skateboard, and that's why he shot the man. That's not why he shot the man.
He didn't lie. He told the truth.
Yes,
Look,
he
the
did
reason
lie.
Kyle was even brought up is because that black African pug nose dude said that black people.
No, we ain't talking about the black African pug nose nigga. I'm talking about the actual cop guy that was on there. He said Kyle was running and was struck in the back of his head with a skateboard. That never happened.
Hey,
and all these videos we just watched, that never happened. Kyle was on the ground when he got struck with a skateboard.
Bro, you watched all the videos and you say it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. He got struck when he was on the ground with the skateboard.
Bro, that's still being hit with a skateboard.
But once again, that's not what the first guy said. He said he was running and was slapped in the back of the head with the skateboard. That's not what happened. I said, hold on. I said when Kyle was on the ground is when he got struck on the skateboard. Then you kept saying, no, he got hit with the skateboard when he was running. That never happened. He was on the ground when the skateboard hit him.
He got hit when he was running.
No, he did not. He got punched in the back of the head when he was running.
He got hit when he was running, man.
No, he did not. You still ain't seen the video of that yet. Where that video at?
It goes right here.
Lord. Again, that guy punched him in the back of the head. He didn't have no damn skateboard.
Yeah, let the video tell it. Let the video tell it.
All right.
Video capturing the chaos. A crowd appears to be chasing
Boom,
the
punch,
man,
a
and
fist.
also-
That was a fist, Loyal, not a skateboard.
Okay, so then the dude with the skateboard came later.
That's
why
what
he
I
got
said 1,000 times.
He did hit the dude with the skateboard.
Once again, I'm not saying he didn't hit the dude with the skateboard. The person who punched him onto the ground was
a certain type of way. It can't be a certain type of way.
nobody trying to make it a certain type of way. It's what the video just showed. The guy who punched him in the back of the head is why he fell to the ground. Then the guy with the skateboard came out of nowhere and hit him when he was on the ground. That's what happened. That's what I said. The black cop guy said the initial guy that hit him in the head was with the skateboard. That's not what happened. That's what I said.
You're right, Valley. This dude is. Zay is mental. Zay is mental right now.
She is not talking about me. She talking about you.
He's talking about you.
That comment is from almost an hour ago, so she couldn't have been talking about me.
Hey, don't you worry about when she did it.
Yeah, nice try though. See, y'all cops always try to rearrange some shit to make it fit your narrative. That's not true.
Listen to you. Listen to you. Listen to you.
Bad boy. Now what you trying to do?
Talking about us cops. You
Yeah, because I was first of all,
Rittenhouse
my
shouldn't even be in
conversation on Kyle Rittenhouse was based on that first black cop that we were talking about. That you tried to defend what he was saying when really what he said was not true. The boy got hit with a skateboard when he was on the ground, not when he was standing up running.
Pillar
What
of
you said?
society. I say Officer Tate, decorated police officer, pillar of society, proves you wrong.
I just proved him wrong.
No, you didn't. You just
Yes, I
blabbered all
did.
over while I was playing that video.
We still did not see a skateboard hit him while he was standing up.
Yes, we saw the skateboard hit him. Regardless
No,
if
we
you
did
stand
not.
or lying. Either way, a motherfucker hit you in the head with a skateboard. What you gonna do?
Nobody never said he didn't get hit with the skateboard. That's why I said y'all stretch the truth when it's not in the video. In the video, he was on the ground when he got hit with the skateboard. That's what I've been saying. He was on the ground. I didn't say he was wrong for shooting the nigga for hitting him in the head with the skateboard, but he was on the ground. The person that hit him when he was running was with a closed fist.
Whatever, man. I swear,
So
folks.
tell Officer Tatum to run it the fuck up. That's why I said most officers can't be trusted when they stretch the truth.
He fucked up on one part, but again, right? Just because he messed up on that one part, don't mean he was wrong. And
He was wrong. If you can't go back and clarify and watch the evidence, then why would you speak on it?
Yes, you can.
No,
And
you can't.
it was obvious the man was telling the truth.
He was not telling the truth. We just said that the man was wrong. So how was he telling the truth?
He told the truth about Kyle Rittenhouse, but
No, he did not.
But he didn't give commentary on that black dude. He should have gave commentary on
He
that
was
black
false on both behalves, and the nigga should have went back and did his research before he spoke. That's all.
Never brought Kyle Rittenhouse or Zimmerman into the
He
conversation.
should have did his research before he spoke. That's the problem.
Yeah, that dude should have did his research. And if I was Officer Tatum, I would have did commentary on him and said that he don't know what the hell he talking about. Just like
He wouldn't do commentary. He wouldn't do commentary on it because he just liked the guy, but just for the opposite side of the fence. That's all.
You know what the hell you talking about, boy? I swear.
I'm just saying.
I swear,
Officer Tatum.
I swear for God.
Officer Tatum just be talking at his ass. That's what it is.
And claim self-defense on any account because it's not
Nobody was arguing none of the self-defense stuff. I was arguing just the skateboard hitting the boy while he was running. That's all I was talking about.
That was the whole conversation with Officer Tatum. But you
No,
know what?
Officer Tatum also went into detail with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and that's when I said, "Oh, well, he wrong right there because that's not how that happened."
Proving the African guy.
Yeah, and he just got proved wrong by me.
No, you didn't. You did.
Yes, I did.
Proving him right.
I'm proving him to be wrong.
And he did get chased down. So
Nobody didn't say he didn't get chased down. See, you keep trying to change it to match the man's narrative. I never said he didn't get chased down. I never didn't say he got hit with a skateboard. Officer Tatum lied and said that he got hit with a skateboard while running. That never was on camera.
Blame the messenger, okay?
Again, so that's why I said Officer Tatum. I didn't say Officer Loyal. I said Officer Tatum was wrong.
Nah, I know you didn't say that. And even if you did, it don't make a fucking sense. But look, like I said about old boy, if he got out of jail, that's cool. He got out of jail. He'll have his day in court, just like that kid.
He probably gonna beat it. Tay just went to court in damn Texas too for a capital murder that just got decreased down too. So a lot of people beat murder charges in Texas.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I said. Officer Day is stepping through and letting you know.
You guys start celebrating way before the actual situation has occurred.
Who's celebrating?
I got my chickens before they hatch, huh?
Who's celebrating?
Y'all is.
I never celebrated not one time. I don't give a fuck if the nigga go to jail or not.
Yeah, he got out. Suck.
He did get out. Officer Tatum thought that he wouldn't get out. Officer Tatum thought he wouldn't get a bail. So he was celebrating way before the chickens came to roost.
His bail was always $1 million.
And Officer Tatum thought that it was never going to be met or made. And the boy got out of jail today. So that's what happens when you celebrate too early. That's his fault, not mine.
Knew about his GoFundMe.
Officer Tatum knew about it.
He did? How you know?
Look on his page.
Look on whose page?
Officer Tatum.
So you been on Officer Tatum's page?
Yes.
I found that on Google.
Yeah, I just looked him up while we was watching the video.
I heard him talk before, but yeah, I didn't know that
he was celebrating a little bit too early and the boy actually made bail. That's the problem.
Look up the Castle Doctrine. What's the Castle Doctrine? I'll look it up though. Yeah. Look, just let it go because you lost.
I ain't got to let nothing go. Tell Officer Tatum to let it go because he lost.
You gotta let it go. You just gotta come to the facts. Just come, you know.
I came to the facts. You even admitted that my facts was right. You was like, well, he did make a mistake there. So again, Thank you.
Reality. No, I didn't say that your facts are
Thank
right.
you.
See,
Yes, you did. Yes,
so,
you did. Might want to rewind this tape
okay, so
back,
the castle
Loyal.
doctrine,
You might want to rewind the tape back.
you're horrible at it. You're horrible at that.
Chill, better read that castle
Okay, so
doctrine.
the castle law or defense of uh, habitation law is a legal doctrine that designates the person's abode or any legal occupied place as a place in which the person has protection and immunity, permitting one in certain circumstances to use force to defend themselves or guard oneself against an intruder. Wow, intruder. All right. Free from legal persecution for the consequences of the force used. The term is most commonly used in the United States, though many other countries invoke comparable principles in the law. So, but look, I know you think you got one though, but you understand intruders. Okay. So when they
You can
talking
intrude
about
in somebody's space too.
when they're talking about legal occupied space, they're talking about a dwelling, not an open field.
Then they have to specify that, brother.
That's why they specify by saying intruder.
But intruder could mean anything. Somebody can
Intruder
intrude
in
into
an
your
open
space.
field. That's not what this is saying. You can't
They didn't
intrude
specify that. You just said that they specified.
it right there.
I don't even see you not sharing the screen, brother.
I didn't. Oh, you out of your mind.
See? Look at you. When you want to be right, you be wrong.
No, I'm always right. There you go.
That's a lie. That's a
I read
lie.
the entire thing. I read the entire thing, and then I went back and I recapped on the intruder and personal abode. Okay, that's what it meant. Personal abode, intruder, and that's it. That's code for dwelling place.
Yeah,
All
so if
right.
you're homeless, then how does an intruder work?
Occupied place is also another one. And when they say legally occupied place, they don't mean you in the middle of the streets or in a park. That's not legally occupied. All right, that's a public space. Everybody's legally occupying that place. They're more talking about a dwelling, a home, or some shit
They
like
should
that.
specify on that, brother.
Yeah, they did specify on it. They specified on it. You just got to learn how to read.
You the one that's reading it, brother.
That's why I'm explaining it to you. See, so you can understand it. Yeah.
See?
Passive
Well, it's the
legal
instructor that got the issue on reading.
use force, including deadly force, to protect themselves in their own what? Homes without obligation to retreat. The doctrine varies by state, with some states providing broader protections against others. So yeah, you can use that, but that depends on your dwelling, your personal abode. So good one, but not quite.
But yeah, Officer Tatum, you need to get your facts straight next time, brother.
Still has enough protection to get away, I believe. Yeah, he has enough protection to get away until he gets caught. Or what are you talking about? My bad. She might be talking about something else. But yeah, he does have the benefit of the doubt. That's why he's going to court. And that's why I'm telling them, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
That's what I'll be trying to tell Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum ain't say that.
Yes, he did. Go to his page.
Tatum said that Carl Rittenhouse and
That boy was
Zimmerman
counting them chickens before they hatched.
this case, and you shouldn't be using it. And even in that one case with that guy saying something about knives not being allowed.
Officer Tatum isn't an attorney. How he gonna tell somebody's attorney what they should and shouldn't be using? If they want to use it as their defense, then that's what they want to use.
What attorney?
The boy that stabbed the boy, Carmelo Anthony's attorney. If they're using self defense, then that's what they chose to use.
Yeah. Look,
He's not that high in rank to give that type of information to somebody to tell them what they can and can't be using within the court of law. All he can do is read the nigga his rights.
You hating on Officer Tatum. There you go.
No, I'm just saying because he gave the wrong information with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. So I'm imagining anything else he's saying might be a little bit,
That
harsh.
case was totally different from this. That was on the streets. and he was being pursued by
I didn't
dangerous.
say none of that stuff. You keep trying to add more stuff to whatever you want to add it to. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying what he said. The boy was running and got struck in the back of the head with the skateboard. That was not true. He was not running when that happened. He was on the ground.
He did get struck in the back of the head with a
Nobody
skateboard.
never said he didn't get hit with a skateboard. I said when he was on the
Not only did he get
ground,
struck
he
in
was
the
struck
back
with the
of the head,
skateboard.
not only did he get struck in the back of the head, but they try to take his weapon at the same time.
While he was on the ground, correct?
Huh?
While he was on the ground, correct?
Yeah, they clocked him
Okay,
in the
so even you're saying the opposite of what Officer Tatum said. Thank you. That's
after
all
they
I'm saying.
clocked. After they clocked him on the head with the skateboard.
Yeah,
So,
no, they didn't clock him on the head with no damn skateboard. He got punched in the back of the head. We saw it on the video.
yeah, he did get punched in the back of the head, but he also got hit with the skateboard too.
I never said he did. That's what I'm saying. You keep trying to defend Officer Tatum, but Officer Tatum said it
We'd
wrong.
agree.
I'm the one that said it right.
We'd
He
agree if
clearly
you
got punched in the back of the head, fell to the ground. The boy with the skateboard appeared, tried to strike him with the skateboarder, did strike him with the skateboard,
yeah.
tried to take his weapon, and got shot.
Uh-huh.
That's what happened on camera. That's why I said Officer Tatum was wrong about that. I didn't say he was wrong about everything else he said. I
You
said
need to
about
go to
that
Officer
one part.
Tatum's comments and leave a comment, a stern comment from Officer Tatum because you feel really strongly about this, and I feel
I'm
like
sure he gonna watch this. He gonna watch it. Hell.
I'm sure he gonna watch it. Hell yeah! Hey, salute to you, Officer Tatum. You fucked up on that comment. You should have been commenting on that one guy though, Pug Nose, up in there trying to bring in civil rights.
Yeah, should have watched that Kenosha video back before you made a comment on that. That's all I was saying.
I would give some commentary on him because we in a day and age where race baiting should be outlawed. So hey, there you go. You have it right there. But to you, Officer Tatum, I hope you do watch this video, man. If you do, like, share, and subscribe. All right.
Yeah, we don't kiss ass over here, Officer Tatum. So just understand, we gonna
Nah,
call
we-
out you on your bullshit, just like we call out these Negroes on their bullshit too. And nobody said Carmelo Anthony was in the right or in the wrong, but we just call out the bullshit that
You
we
said
see.
Kamala Anthony was in the wrong.
I ain't saying nothing. I just said I don't say that he was in the right or wrong. Now you got your own opinion, but I never said Kyle Rittenhouse was in the right or the wrong, or Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman case neither. I just said it is what it is. Once they go to court, they beat it. It is what it is. I can't. What the fuck I'm gonna do about that? But at the end of the day, we got opinions. Okay.
Yeah, and you're supposed to give your opinion because we're all on social media to express ourselves utilizing the First Amendment. I got another one here for you. Now, remember earlier we was talking about Trump and these tariffs.
Uh-huh.
There was another situation that people are talking about. They're talking about Trump was caught on camera. I don't know if it's a rumor or not. When he didn't even know he was on camera talking about making another prison, but this prison is for Americans.
Good.
So Trump meets with the president of Salvador, the Salvadorian president.
El Salvador.
And this is yeah. Let me share the screen real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, Trump got caught talking about building a prison for us now.
He doing anything that he gonna be able to make money from after he finish being president.
That's a damn shame.
That's life. What the jail? You ain't sharing the screen.
And into El Salvador to release him. Now, the facilitate, effectuate dynamic obviously is a recognition that if push comes to shove, if we needed to declare war to go into El Salvador, that there would be
Look,
some limit.
He fit right in. They can't find him no more, man. He part of Jim Pop. He ain't coming back.
Well, if they pointed him out in the damn picture,
Powers,
they
you
can
couldn't push
find
the
him.
administration around.
Yeah, that's him right there. He got more tattoos than the regular gang members. Look at that shit.
But what do tattoos mean anything?
Well, that means he has some affiliation. There you have it.
No, that's not what tattoos are. Unless they're gang affiliated tattoos, then they're gang affiliated tattoos. But tattoos
That
is
right there
tattoos.
is affiliated tattoos. He looks just like them. He can't prove otherwise.
Everybody got tattoos.
No, they don't. I ain't got tattoos.
I'm talking about in this damn picture. That don't mean that all of them are gang members.
He got more than them. What the fuck?
Yeah, so that don't mean anything.
Yeah, they all gang members, and they got less tattoos than the non-gang member. Nah, man.
Then he probably ain't a gang member.
And why was he with the illegal alien when they got caught in the first
He wasn't
place?
with an illegal alien. He actually was with an American citizen when they came and got him.
No, he got caught up in
No,
a
he got
raid.
caught up at his house with an American citizen.
Okay, let's see what they
Moves to repair their own constitutional violations. And this seems like today, as you've just described it, really
That's not no gang
travesty,
member.
because Bukele makes it
That's
seem
a
as
country
if he
boy
has no
right there.
power. That's
not from this country.
Yes, he is.
No, he ain't.
That's our homeboy.
No, he ain't. You know he's illegal.
He's not illegal. He
preposterous,
probably
to
was
use
out here
his own
working a
words.
decent job.
Clearly, this is done by a contract to them. All we have to do is, I think, lift our finger and say, return Abrego Garcia, please. And I think it's implausible that anything happened other than a choreographed discussion in the Oval Office where he could take that stance to aid his ally, Donald Trump, to try to stonewall the Supreme Court and ignore their own constitutional transgression.
So here you don't buy the argument that administration officials are putting forward, like Stephen Miller, for example, when he says that a court cannot determine the foreign policy of the United States.
I want to buy
I don't
your
give a
house.
damn what you want. Get your monkey ass off my screen.
Look, it's all in the details, of course, Boris. What he's trying to reference is cases where you can't ultimately say, go to war, tell us where the troops are. This is, you have a contract and you must. There's no argument about the facilitate part. You must facilitate his release from custody in El Salvador to remedy your own constitutional violation. Obviously, that involves some communication with El Salvador, some request, which would be very easy, of course, in our contractual relationship. So to the extent he is saying that the mere mention of another country means you must be hands off, yes, that's wrong and contradicted by the Supreme Court's express holding last week and much other law.
What about his argument that Abrego Garcia was not mistakenly deported? He says, quote, when you have a withholding order, to be clear, that is not pause your deportation. What do you make of that explanation?
It is monstrous. That was what the order said is you made whatever you do with this guy, don't send him to El Salvador.
He ain't know what to say. He's mad because the man's locked up. That's what it is.
Where he is going to be subject to gang violence. That's a lawful order, and the
Lawful order. He's sticking to the
by
law.
the president to just say, well,
By the president. Come on now, law.
I say otherwise. You can't say
Well, the
otherwise.
thing is
That's the
that
whole-
that's not a prison that they sending him to. That's a detention center for deportation. That's another
So
thing.
unlawful, like he said.
It's not unlawful because the guy was actually set to be deported. He just had a what they call a let me see if I can find it again.
He was not supposed to be sent back to El Salvador.
Week
That's what the man just said.
What about his argument that Abrego Garcia was not mistakenly deported? He says, quote, when you have a withholding order, to be clear, that is
A
not
withholding
pause
order.
your deportation.
Yeah, a withholding order in this case would be to hold him for deportation. But look, this is what they did. They was reviewing his withholding order. I'm assuming that was because Biden was in office, but not if Trump in office.
No, not when
Go to book
Biden was
at
in
him.
the office.
What do you make of that
Go to
explanation?
book at him, hey. Go to book at him.
It is monstrous. That was what the order said is you made whatever you do with this guy, don't send him to El Salvador where he is going to be subject to gang violence. That's a lawful order, and the
A lawful order.
attempt
Did he not just
by
say
the
that?
president to just say, well, I say otherwise. You can't say otherwise. That's the whole point, unless a court.
You're right, Valley. It doesn't mean gang member. But being in the same location as them and doing the same shit that they doing, yeah, it probably does say affiliation. But not
determines it, and Abrego Garcia has a chance to contest it. And the only thing they've even pointed to is a stray remark by confidential informant that really was
with the jail
discredited. So it's not simply.
Look, you said somebody snitched on old boy. They said he got, look, they even appointed it to a stray
remark by confidential informant that really was discredited. So it's not simply
that was discredited,
false, but a real contradiction of the rights of due process before that determination. Which
you're not saying every word that they're saying. You're saying certain keywords.
Look, the informant snitched on the illegal, like they're doing now, because they're giving money for people to get deported.
Yeah, and they said he was discredited, Loyal. So you can't not add that in there too.
He wasn't discredited because the reason why he's saying he's being discredited is because now they're saying that this guy wasn't illegal. That's the only
right. So the man was discredited.
But he got paid for it. He got paid for it.
No matter if he got paid for it or not, he was still
He
discredited.
got paid for it. So just because he was discredited doesn't mean he didn't get payment for turning them in. And then on top of that, dude did get deported. So discreditation doesn't matter.
could cost him.
Yeah, now it don't matter because the man already gone.
Yeah, he already gone. He already over there. So, and look, they're gonna be partitioned up and deported. So he might leave at Salvadorian prison, but he's still going back to Venezuela.
Is made. It is not to Donald Trump to now say.
And you know, El Salvador, ain't that over there by Venezuela? Yeah.
Not too far.
So he's just gonna let that nigga go up in the country. That's it.
Ex post facto.
Yeah, I would
He's a
rather
terrorist
that than
after
be
all.
stuck in a prison.
Huh?
I would rather be in that situation than stuck in a prison somewhere.
Well, see, the thing is that the El Salvadorian prison, the Salvadorians, they don't want these guys in their country.
They ain't got no choice. They was deported there.
They were deported there in a detention center. And then the El Salvadorians are supposed to lock up the bad guys and then deport the illegals.
Which they didn't do. They locked all of them up.
Yeah, because they got to process them. You can't trust the fact that they just because they say they're not involved, that they're not involved. You have to.
Trump just told them that man not involved in
Don't
nothing.
worry about it.
Who said it?
Trump. That's when he sat down with the president of El Salvador.
No, Trump said it was if it is bad, that it's a bad deal. He takes credit for it. But other than that, I don't think he's saying that the guy's locked up. That's why they're trying to force him. They're trying to force him to go back and undo what he did. And see, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Well, what about this indication from President Trump that he would be considered?
It ain't gonna happen because he can be held responsible
sending
for that.
U.S. citizens described as homegrown criminals to El Salvador.
There you go. You see that? American citizens that's considered homegrown criminals. Sending them to El Salvador.
Can he legally do that?
Of course not. What he's saying is, well,
of course not. You heard what he just said?
But he said, of course not for old boy too. But old boy got taken.
Because the old boy wasn't from here.
Now look, they can send them to prisons over. They can outsource prisons, but they have to be convicted.
We'll have
You
a
ain't about to be sending nobody over
constitution-free
nowhere.
zone. It does, yes, there are terrible criminals here, but that doesn't mean you can torture them, for example. That's an Eighth Amendment violation. That doesn't mean you can violate all
Thank
the
you.
rights. And that's exactly what he's suggesting. We'll do a constitution-free zone where we send them to our buddies to torture them, and nobody can contest it in the United States. It's pernicious. This is really, even in this
That's
case,
against the Constitution, Loyal.
Sort of like Guantanamo Bay, right? And what they call it, the Patriot Act. None of that shit has been canceled. All of that shit is in play. So he can say whatever he want to say. That's probably got to get the big ass cut on the side of his face that he got that bandage on the side of.
Wow, Lord.
An abomination of a day with both those suggestions, Boris. I know you can hear it from my tone.
He's a Christian, abomination.
But it is way, way beyond the pale and just contempt for the Constitution and rule of law.
Harry Litman, appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Boris.
Jessica.
President Trump is wrapping up a meeting with El Salvador President Nayib Bukele at the White House. The Central American leader has quickly become a close ally of President Trump's after taking in hundreds of alleged gang members from the U.S. and putting them in a notorious mega prison. One of the people detained at Seco prison is Kilmar Obrega Garcia, a Maryland father who was mistakenly deported.
Maryland father, Lord.
He ain't from Maryland. This dude
They
ain't
just
even
said
got
that.
citizenship. His shit put on hold because he was going to get deported. And now they're trying to be a Maryland husband. See, these people are biased. I'm going to use this, but this is bias. They're trying to say that this guy is wrong for what was going on with him. But in actuality, if people that never came here, that shit wouldn't be happening to him.
It's the truth, Loyal. Come on now. You just took up from the Chinese people earlier.
Assume that you got rights just like everybody else that's been here all these years.
You just took up for them Chinese people earlier, Loyal.
Say what?
I said you just took up for them Chinese people earlier. It's the same thing.
They got their citizenship.
They ain't got no dang citizenship.
Put on hold. Yes, they do. And you in Valley is wrong for talking about them people eating cats and dogs and shit, man.
They do.
Leave them people alone, man. Hey, Valley, you're right about the tattoos. Maybe I was a little harsh about that, but about this, nah.
The Supreme Court recently ordered the government to, quote, facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return, but stopped short of requiring the government to bring him back to the U.S. Here's El Salvador's president.
So he's probably already free. They just released him up in there, El Salvador and shit. And now they're talking about, no, we want you to bring him back. No, you don't.
They ain't gonna bring him back, but as long as you free, you free.
Let him stay out there and he can do whatever the fuck he want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Indicating he is not planning to send him back either.
Oh, our car's value went up.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
Let's go now to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who's at
Now
the
they
White
kinda label him
House.
as
Jeff,
a
they
terrorist.
took questions for a little bit there. We learned a lot, including that big headline there that the El Salvadoran president does not intend on sending him back. But what more came out of the Oval Office today?
Well, Jessica, that meeting in the Oval Office showed that neither president, the U.S. president or the El Salvador president, showing any interest in trying to return the Maryland father who was wrongly deported. And, as we've been following this for the last several weeks, the Trump administration admitted to an administrative error, and that led him to be wrongfully deported. Well, there was zero sign that either a leader or the U.S. government believes he should be returned. And now the Secretary of State and other White House officials are saying it's a matter of a foreign policy, and the Supreme Court cannot weigh in on this at all. But it was something else that the U.S. president said about the infamous prison in El Salvador. He said for the first time that homegrown criminals, that means American citizens, should also be sent there. Let's watch.
I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it.
Now, I just want to say something real quick. Before you fix your ears to hear only the bad shit, listen to the whole thing.
Pam, I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways. that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat.
Oh Lord,
They're not
Trump,
looking
come on now.
that
See, listen to the shit that he's saying.
I'm listening. He's talking about there's people that push people into subways and hit elderly people.
That shit happened.
Yeah, but that's not something that I would be sending somebody to another country about. It ain't that serious.
Shit. You want to send violent criminals to your prison where people that can be what they call reformed. These criminals that kill people brutally, they can't be reformed.
There's plenty of people that kill people that don't get reformed.
Huh?
There's plenty of people in uniforms that need to be reformed too. You gonna send them over there?
You biased. I forgot.
I'm just saying.
are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country.
It'll never happen.
So pretty
Trump.
extraordinary words there. The U.S. president saying that
It's gonna happen. You know why? Because people are getting fed up with this shit. Look
You're
at
starting to
Obama.
celebrate too early, brother. The chickens ain't even become the roost yet.
Oh, he is so happy. He's like, yeah, I just solidified another 100 years of payments. Because they paying them for housing their prisoners.
Mm-hmm. It ain't gonna work
They're
though.
not charging their country is going to start booming. El Salvador is going to start booming because they're going to either have no tariffs or the United States is going to be paying them to deliver prisoners to their prison.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how much they could charge per prisoner depending on the type of, violence these people
All
are.
this stuff is gonna be unwritten again in 4 years, brother.
You think so? Why didn't you do the Patriot like that?
They always do stuff like that.
Why they didn't do the Patriot like that? And why they didn't do Guantanamo Bay like that? Matter of fact,
Clayco Ant said eating crow.
eat crow. Yeah, Zay is eating that crow. You eating that crow, Zay?
he would like to use homegrown criminals as well. We are now seeing pictures right here of President Bukele departing. Let's listen.
Yeah, thank you.
So departing after his lunch with the president and members of his delegation have been meeting for a couple hours or so. But one of the biggest headlines, of course, is how central to the Trump administration's immigration plans the prison in El Salvador has become. And clearly, Trump has an ally in President Bukele. The smiles all around certainly made clear of that, Jessica.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Jeff Zeleny at the White House. Thank you so much for that reporting.
It's a weird body built ass up. Yeah, but look, what happened?
StreamYard. Motherfucker.
StreamYard is bullshit. Yeah, it's been giving me some issues too with these. But look, that thing right there with Trump and the prisons. Now, this is becoming a new thing, outsourcing, right? And the reason why it's going to be a new thing is because look how we started looking at how goods are being brought to the United States. So that's going to be exports too.
But
now,
goods and import and export benefit more corporations than just the prison industrial complex.
but I'm saying this is going to be a big move on that.
That's why I said I doubt it's going to actually happen because it's only benefiting one person.
Who?
Trump and the El Salvadorian president.
Actually, it's benefiting the whole country of El Salvador because they can either, if they got tariffs against El Salvador can negotiate those tariffs away by saying we'll take your prisoners for a discounted
We
fee.
don't even get
Or
crap
they
from El
can say,
Salvador
"Well, we
like
gonna
that.
take your prisoners for $2 million each."
We don't really get import from El Salvador like that.
I know they buy a bunch of our shit.
Yeah, so it wouldn't really benefit them.
Because look, they could start selling us shit. They could probably take the place of Mexico or one of these other little countries and shit and become like our top buyer and seller from another
That'll
country.
never happen.
He's setting up his own little brigs. Like
I
how they
see.
got brigs set up, the British and
Mhm.
European countries together to change how the currency is shit. He's probably doing the same thing, but he's doing it with tariffs and deportation.
Yeah, and it's not working.
What do you mean it's not working?
Nothing is benefiting none of the citizens or the people.
Oh man, it's benefiting the citizens. You don't hear nobody complain about them illegal aliens getting taken away.
I didn't say they complaining about it. I said it don't benefit them in no way.
Well, if they remove the illegal aliens, then the state don't have to pay for them to have room and board.
Even when the state
So
was
you
paying
talking
for them,
about money that
nobody
they
was really complaining about it because at that point, who knows what the state's spending money on?
Chicago citizens got rid of their mayor behind that shit.
That's one place, Chicago. What about Illinois as a whole?
He let go because he wasn't playing ball with ICE and the president. And look what he did. He had to sit on that couch, and that man was like, "Yeah, if you don't do what we say, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna have your butt."
That's why I said it don't benefit nobody. Now, I get some communities cool
It's
because
citizens, brother.
the illegal aliens probably were criminals or whatever. But other than that, nobody is even paying attention to this stuff.
Yes, they are.
Who?
Everybody's paying attention to it. It's real hot nowadays.
I just
You
asked
know, and
earlier
not
how
only
many
that.
Chinese immigrants that got locked up. Nobody had an answer.
Oh, I have no idea.
Of course, because they're not paying attention. They're looking at the southern border, and that's it.
All right,
Trump
let's see.
always been focused on the southern border.
Let's see. All right. Four Chinese nationals face deportation after defrauding the U.S. retailers out of $1 million.
Mm.
Yeah, them niggas.
You said that them people was all legal immigrants.
Oh yeah, the ones that I'm talking about ain't immigrants though. But they deporting them too. I mean, shit. Them Chinese food people, man, them people ain't no damn.
Yes, they is. Look up how many illegal Chinese food restaurants is open.
Okay.
Are slated for deportation after serving their prison sentences. ICE says 4 Chinese nationals are slated for deportation after serving their prison sentences. Details on how they lifted social security numbers to defraud U.S. retailers out of over $1 million. The White House clarifies the new total U.S. tariffs on China, a whopping 145%. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury Secretary said the White House isn't ruling out the possibility of delisting Chinese stocks.
Well, Maria, I think everything's on the table.
China picking up a new strategy to hit back against U.S. tariffs, this time targeting Hollywood movies. But does Beijing's move have teeth? The owner of Facebook and Instagram in the hot seat. Did Meta undermine U.S. national security to do business in China? A former executive with the company testified before the
Liar. I can tell it's a lie. This person right here is a liar.
testified before the Senate.
The watchlist executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to Meta user data, including that of Americans.
See, she said she watched them, but I think she did it too. That's a liar.
I just told you, all of them be up there lying.
Are practices by the Chinese Communist Party exploiting American retirees. Senate and House committees hold a joint hearing to discuss just that.
The CCP is actively using its financial system and state-controlled companies to infiltrate American capital markets.
See?
That's why them fools is, but look, that's why they got tariffs against them. It ain't got nothing to do with them being
They need to deport all of them people out.
They do need to deport the ones that aren't citizens, but the ones that are, yeah, leave them people alone.
There's no such thing as a Chinese citizen. They all came here on some type of paperwork that need to go home.
There is such thing as a Chinese citizen, especially if they came here on a visa.
That's what I'm saying. On the damn visa, send their asses home.
Yeah, but look what the visa thing is. They had to pay for that.
The
You don't
same
just
thing I said. All right, so that's the same thing I said about going to China on a visa. You try to act like that was something wild.
uh I didn't say that was something wild, but it's kind of weird that they give you 280 hours. I can
Yeah,
understand,
it's a certain visa that you can use, just like there's certain visas in America how long you could be here.
but why it got to be hours? Not what about
Because
days?
it's for people that's come in the shop.
So you only gonna shop per hour? They're gonna spend days there shopping. They might even invest there too. If
You
China would
know how many
stop
days 280 hours is?
280 hours, is probably like fucking couple weeks.
Okay, then you think a person need a year to shop? No, they only need a couple of days to
Yeah,
shop.
yeah, man, because you can always come back.
You can always get a visa again.
So you can only go over there 2 weeks out of the year. What kind of shit is that? They special ed or something?
No, you can keep rebuying your visa,
And who wants to
and
keep
you
on?
get cash back
Oh, okay. What's the cash back offer? What's that? What's that about?
off any purchases made in China.
So you get your money back, everything you buy. It's all cheap anyway. So you're gonna pay more for a visa than all them trinkets you buying from China.
Yeah, that's the whole point. So when you buy all your trinkets, come on back and sell them.
You come on back and you're gonna pay for them trinkets. Ain't nobody gonna buy that shit, man.
People gonna buy it just like they still buying it today.
Who they gonna buy it from? They're gonna buy it from your retail. You know what? That might be good for drop shipping or some shit like that. Not drop shipping. What's that?
It's good
Amazon.
for all them corporations. Most iPhone and Android products are made in China.
So this is for industry. This ain't for individuals.
Yeah, individuals that can start their own industry.
Whatever. How much is the pizza? You know how much it costs?
Hold on. Let me look. Let me look.
Because if the visa costs more than the plane ticket, something wrong. Because you know the plane ticket is gonna be like almost $1,000 to get over there.
You mute my microphone because it's going static while I'm not on the screen.
Okay. I'm not gonna be able to unmute you, so you're gonna have to be able to do that. But yeah, if the plane ticket is cheaper than the damn visa, and then the stuff that you buy, you get the money back. Who's gonna give you the money back? America ain't gonna give you the money back. China gonna have to get that money back. And if they don't want to give it back, you asked out. And then on top of that,
Every country you go to, when you spend money and before you get on the plane to go back home, they do reimbursements right there at the airport.
they
But
do
it says it's actually 250-hour visa, and it's actually a free visa that's being offered through China.
a free visa. So
Yep.
look, this is the thing. You might not want to go to a country that we are at war with.
We not at war with them.
A trade war.
That's not what it is. It's just tariff disagreement. That's all.
No, we're in a trade war with them.
That's
That's why
that's a lie. It's called a tariff disagreement.
that's why our tariffs are at 145% now. Because they first
Yeah,
started off
in
at 27.
America, that's why it's best to go there and just get the stuff.
Okay. But just for a disclaimer, we don't go to communist countries and hang out with them when we're at war with them.
Trump go there all the time. Why people don't tell him don't go?
You keep on saying all this stuff, but you have no visual evidence.
You can clearly type in Trump goes to China.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look
Yeah,
it up.
it ain't hard.
You know what? And next time we get on here, I'm gonna display it because I want to find out whether or not that these places are even, first of all, safe to go to, let alone receiving some visa to go over there.
Every place is safe to go to. Why y'all scared?
What do you mean?
Every place is safe to go to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what you're talking about. Every place is not safe to go to.
Yes, it is. What's
You
not
know,
safe?
these
You
places are ambassador of the country, and you can be used as a bargaining tool, just
that's
like what's her name?
fine. Shit, as long as they bargaining good money with me, that's it.
No, see, the only reason why these people are doing what they're doing is because they have something going on with these people. Like when they kidnapped, what's her name? That was a kidnapping.
Nigga, that was
Because
Russia, and that was not about no tariffs.
and Russia is right over there by China.
Yeah,
All I'm
so I'd
saying
rather
is,
go to. I would go to Russia and China. I'm not gonna just stick to some place because America has a dispute with them as a president. It's our president that has a dispute with them, not the people.
our country.
Our country do not have a dispute with it. If that was the case, you would send all Chinese people back to China.
No, because they applied for citizenship. They disown their
Even if
They
they apply
can't
for
go back to China
citizenship, you can have spies and everything with people that claim citizenship.
once they become a citizen of America.
There's plenty of spies that became citizens of America.
Yeah, because they can't go back. Because they'll
Right.
be.
So what's the difference? They still work for their country.
Difference is we have human rights over here in America, and
Yeah,
when
you got the right to travel.
that's at war with another country, whether it be
We're
a
not
trade
at war with them. People were still going to Iran and Iraq when we was at war with them.
Okay, so you mean to tell me there's no headlines saying that we're at war with China?
We not. You just loyal. You told us that war wasn't even real.
Trade wars are real.
I don't. That's Donald Trump's battle. That's not my battle.
No, it isn't, because he's doing it on behalf of us.
No, he's not. I didn't ask him to do that.
You don't have to ask him to do it. He's a delegate. He's a delegated public servant.
Right. So he's doing it on the behalf of himself and whomever else that he talked to, but he ain't talked to me about it. So I'm gonna still go shop. The hell?
You delegated him. He's like your
I did not
mouth.
delegate him.
Yes, you did. You
No, I
ain't
did
do
not.
so you delegated him.
No, I did not.
You got to stop him if you're going to be against him. If not, if you don't stop him, that means you're with him.
I'm not doing nothing Donald Trump got going on. He doing business for his pleasure and favor. He's doing stuff that's going to benefit him in the long haul. I don't have time to be worried about what he got going on.
You don't have a choice, sir.
Yes, I do. I can still go to China when I want to, sir.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can't go to China when you want to. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you can.
Why can't I move this shit?
You can't help it that Trump want to have a pissing battle. Okay.
Trump is doing what he's supposed to do. He's delegating for us.
No, he's not. He's delegating for himself. This is going to benefit him once he's done being president.
Well, when he gets done being president and he run for another term.
He can't run for another term.
Yes, he can.
He cannot.
Do you know what stops him from running for another term?
Who else has ran on that many terms, Loyal?
There's been two that
Who?
have gotten several terms. You have Rutherford. What's his name?
He ain't get the term.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not. Somebody had to have died or was sick, and he continued the presidency, or they had some type of martial law that was in play.
Nah.
Nigga did not run for no 3 terms.
All right. It says this is the reason why Trump can run for president again after this. Franklin D. Roosevelt got 4 terms as president.
Because of what?
Because he got elected.
No, because somebody either was sick, died, or there was some type of martial law that was in play.
The 22nd Amendment of the United States Constitution limits a person from being elected to the presidency no more than twice.
Thank you.
Ratified in 1951, it was established to prevent any individual from serving more than 2 terms in office, largely in response to Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency.
In response to, so that's after the case, which means it can't happen again.
That process was completed on February 27, 1951, when the prerequisites or when the requisites was 36 states voted yes out of 48 states.
Unfortunately, it can't happen, brother.
So at the time, we only have 48 states when they did this amendment.
Yeah, at that time. So unfortunately,
now
you can only run for 2.
Listen, we have 50 states. So now they have to re-amend the Constitution, the 22nd Amendment, now that we have 50 states. And if we get Canada, oh man, we really gonna be good.
They never re-amended it, so how he gonna run for another term?
Yeah, they didn't amend it. So it's actually the 22nd Amendment is actually none of oil. None of oil.
It's still 2 terms, brother.
No, brother.
Yes, it is.
Watch what he say.
No, not what he say. We got to watch what he do. So we'll see if he run again for another term.
Oh, you want to wait now, but you don't want to wait when it comes time to prove old boys innocent, though. You want to wait now.
No, I've wanted to wait on both of them.
All right, let's look at this shit right here. What he says about old Trump, my boy. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Why the 22nd Amendment prevents a third Trump term? Here we go. Let's look at this one right here. This is an article. I don't think it's gonna be a video.
You ain't sharing the screen, brother.
Has flirted. I know. Trump has with a third term, but most Americans don't see him run. Okay, now let me. God damn, the alarm went off already. All right, this is gonna be the last one for me, because I'm right at the 4-hour mark. But can you guys see that where it says that Trump is flirting with it? Now, if you go down here, it says President Trump has been musing about running for a third term, a constitutionally challenged feat that very few Americans want him to pursue, according to new polls. The 22nd Amendment prohibits anyone from being elected to office more than 2 terms, but Trump has floated the idea of running again in 2028 and instead insisted he's not joking about it. So, in other words, this man, he don't be saying shit if he don't know if he can do it. But let me see if I can go all the way back and listen to this video. You
He
guys
said
hear
a
me?
lot of things he don't know if he could do, brother.
Oh man, it's not even doing it.
Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years.
Let me go back so you guys can hear what he says.
Corey, I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that.
We really think that Obama gonna run a third term too?
Running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked
Nah.
into it.
You heard what he just said. I don't know. I never looked into it.
Yeah, he haven't looked into it. So he says, but you know he looked into it.
He can't run for a third term, brother.
Yes, he can, man. At the time they made the rule, we only had 48 states.
It don't matter. It never was changed back then, so it still ain't been changed now.
3/5 of the states have to vote on it. And at the time, with 48 states, 3/5 was 36 states. Right now, we got 50 states. How many do they need to do for it to be 3/5?
Brother, trust with the plus. He not running for a third term.
Okay.
You heard the man. He never even looked into it.
It's a ways from now, so we'll see.
They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about, almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years, and we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost 100 days.
There you have it.
Yeah, so he basically said he didn't know nothing about it. He heard about it, so he's not sure if he could even do it. That's all he said.
He's saying that because right now it's too early. The reason why I even heard about this is because Trump was talking about it during one of his what do you call them, rallies.
We all heard about it.
That if he becomes president, they're going to look at the Constitution and he might be able to run as president again. And that was way before he won. So he looked at it already. He's just saying that because.
But he knows that there's stipulations on how he can and can't. So again, 9 times out of 10, somebody would have to get sick, die. We'd have to be in the middle of a war, martial law, or like you said, 50 states would have to vote on it. But with that being said, 50 states would have to vote on it right as of right now, not when he gets out of office and the hurry up and get 50 states to vote.
Well, ain't nobody gonna ain't nobody gonna bring it up right now because it's too early in his term.
He would still need them to vote on it now. That way, when his term is over, he can do it.
Nah, they can vote on it anytime, tell you the truth.
It don't say that in the paper.
It says, look, it doesn't say that in anything. What I'm saying is, but they can vote on it anytime. They can bring that shit up anytime they want.
So he would have been brought it up, no matter if it's early in his term or late in his term.
You think it's the first time he talked about this?
No, I said I heard him say it before. Saying is one thing. Trump say a lot of things that never happen. I'm just saying, brother.
Listen, it says right here. Let me show you what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the 22nd Amendment. All right.
Yep.
Says right here, 22nd Amendment to the Constitution. It says, and further, so up here they're talking about it too. No person shall be elected to office of president more than 2 terms or more than twice. And no person has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years, or a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than once. So that's what happened with RFJ or RFK, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He got killed and his vice president took over for him. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress.
See?
It shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which the article becomes operative or operative. That is right, operative.
Mm-hmm.
From holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term.
So he can't do it in his term.
Yeah. So at the time that they did this happened in 1951, right? So they were saying that no president in office is affected by it because they had to let him finish out his term. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislature of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by Congress.
So he wouldn't be able to do it at the date that he said that he would run for.
I know, but all he has to do is bring it up for ratification or for an amendment.
That's why I said he would have been did that. He's not going to do all that.
He probably already got it in the works. It doesn't take that long for it to go across the floor.
I doubt it, though. High hopes, though. High hopes.
Nah, I ain't hoping. You know, I don't know what he's going to be like in 4 years.
It'll be a new president again.
Shit, we might not want him again after that. And
Yeah.
further, it appears from official documents on file in the General Services Administration that the amendment to the Constitution of the United States proposed as aforesaid has been ratified by the legislature of the states of Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, and all the other states, right? Says then further that the states whose legislature have so ratified the said the proposed amendment constitute the requisite 3/4 of the whole number of states in the United States. Now, therefore, be it known that I, Jess Larson, Administrator of the General Services, by virtue of the pursuance of Section 160, Title 5 of the United States Code and Reorganization Plan Number 20 of 1950, 15 FR 3178, do hereby certify that the amendment A4C or A4 said have become valid to all intents and purposes as a part of the Constitution of the United States. So this didn't even exist until 1951. So all it needs is for them to revise it or
I
amend.
doubt that they're gonna revise it, my brother.
They have to go back and vote because all of the states, instead of 32 or 36 states voting, it has to be more than 36 now because we have more than 50 states. So that's my point. If they ever decide to do that during Trump's term, yeah, man, he has more than a chance to be president again.
Unfortunately, it'll never happen. Sounds good.
I know it does sound good. All right. So at this time, man, we got 4 hours on the board, man. And I know my dry ass commentary has been boring you guys to death. I appreciate y'all for coming out.
We is closing out, folks.
Yeah, we closing out. I'm gonna play a couple little beats and shit after this, but then that's gonna be the closing. But look, we're gonna come back tomorrow
Yes,
and
sir.
the next day and try and get this shit back on track. Hey, look, you guys help us out, man. Like, share, subscribe, and then also go by and look at other people's channel.
And drop loyal link. Let's go. Yeah. I don't know what happened to him. He done cut out. But yeah, like, share, and subscribe. And let your friends know where we reside over at Loyal's one and only Scrap House. Because we get the scrapping up in here. Who want it? Who want it? Yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna drop off until he come back. Yeah. Are you back, Loyal? Oh, no, he
What
ain't back.
you was off? What happened?
No, you cut out.
Man, don't tell me this shit cut out while I was talking.
Yep.
God damn, man. All right, let me start this. No, I ain't gonna start this spill over. Look, Zay, we about to cut out. Zay, you go ahead and do your last shit talk. What you want to do?
Yes, sir. So, anywho, Loyal will be closing out the show with some lovely beats. Hopefully, they are all copyright free, and if not, this is not used for any other intent, but, you know,
They should
fair
be.
use, fair use, fair use. You don't want to look like Copper Tone and get your thing blocked in every damn content. Copper Tone crazy.
Tone didn't want no. Look, Copper Tone did not want no assistance today, and I feel that, brother. You know, he was like, "I'm done. I'm a solo act." So
No, because he feel crazy because I kept telling him on the panel, stop playing all this music because it's copywritten. So once we got off the panel, he ended the live yesterday. His whole live was blocked, and you couldn't even watch it because it was everything was copywritten. That's his fault. But if a hard head is just that. You want to be hard headed. But other than that, yeah, tune in tomorrow. We shall be updating you guys on whatever we get updates on. And if we don't have updates, we'll just be talking our shit per usual. So like, share, and subscribe, and let a friend know exactly where we reside here at Loyal's motherfucking scrap zone, where you can find something of use. Okay? Okay.
I might use that. This might be Lloyd Scrap Zone.
Yeah, you can find something of use. People leave
Well,
scraps around all
motherfuckers
the
come
time.
up. Hell yeah.
And
So yeah, man. Thank
scrap
y'all
has
for coming
different
out.
meanings. But yeah, all right. I'll see you on the flip side.
All right, I'm gonna hit you up in Discord right before I go to bed. All right, later, bro. Yeah, man. Scrap Zone. Loyal Scrap Zone. So yeah, I'm gonna play some beats real quick, man. Hang out. It's gonna be a couple minutes, probably like 5 minutes of these beats, man. I appreciate you guys. Salutes to the real ones, man. Like, share,
And I don't understand why, as the funeral director, I'm the one sort of blowing the whistle. Middle-aged people that were dying not at the normal time of the day.
I'm glad to share that a few minutes ago I received a booster vaccination for COVID-19.
He's been left behind. He's on the naughty step from PSG. He's not gone on the tour of Japan. What have you missed? What did he say? Shaq!
I'm glad to share that a few minutes ago I received a booster vaccination for COVID-19.